be at 9:30. So we might have to wing it for just a minute and see how that goes, but we'll get started. We'll go around the room, do a roll call. And today I'm gonna ask folks for their favorite restaurant. It could be anything from fast food to 5-star, I don't care. Just, I'd like to know where people like to go eat when they get a chance. So we will start around, we'll start to my right here.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
The pressure. Sally Nunes, BE Area Manager. Lately we've been into Twin Peaks.
Never tried.
Hilarious.
Amy Steger. I have 2 smaller children, so we don't go out to eat often. But our favorite place right now, takeout wise, is Texas Roadhouse. Lindsay McKinney, training manager. I'm gonna say Panera.
Oh, that's
Exotic.
yeah.
Orville Sharp, the area manager. I would say Panera as well.
Okay. Yeah. Lunch plan, right here, lunch plan speak.
Brian Honan, OOD Assistant Legal Counsel, Wedgwood Pizza in Austintown, Ohio.
Oh, there you go. That's a good place.
Yvette Shackelford, Dayton area alternate. And I'm with you, Amy, Texas Roadhouse.
Christopher Saban, Secretary, OVRC, and I would say I don't get to go out to eat that often, but I would say definitely Izzy's famous corned beef in Cincinnati.
Okay, my turn.
Yes, it is.
All right. Dean Hamilton, Akron Canton representative. And right up the street from me is a Texas Roadhouse, and that's my favorite too.
Rita Hamilton, Dean's driver. I say Filio's. It's down here in Columbus.
Oh, yeah.
And we are behind, so could you please repeat the question?
Oh, looking for your favorite restaurant.
Anywhere I don't have to clean up after dinner.
And
And this is Nan Ryan.
Nan Ryan, okay.
Seth Ryan's wife.
Seth Ryan, I'm Zanesville alternate, and anywhere she takes me.
Joyce, and I'd say anything Chinese if I can get out and get, because he doesn't like Chinese, so if I can.
Oh, okay.
and who is that speaking? Joyce?
Joyce Meisenhofer.
Meisenhofer, okay.
Mark Wood, Columbus Rep, Applebee's.
Frank Perkapis, county representative, and
The vending machine.
Yeah.
I don't really have a favorite restaurant. 'Cause usually they do something I'm not happy with, no matter where I am.
Frank's And I'm Annette Lutz, and my favorite place to go is Brewster's.
Ah.
I do like Texas Roadhouse. Been meaning to try Twin Peaks, though, and Panera, all those are good. So. Okay, did anyone else come in that we missed in the room?
No.
All right. Amy, can you read off the folks on the call? Or someone else could do it. Amy, you usually have to say it.
Sorry, I wasn't prepared.
What did you do?
Okay, I'll do it.
Okay.
Sorry.
So we have Dwayne Burkholder, Keith Trammell, John Hill, Missy Straight, Trent Tribble, Mo Youssef, Julie Russell, and we have Debbie Garrett, John Cannaday, Kelsey Furrier, Sarah Udor, Christy Haupt, Heather Williams, Catherine Jacoby, Berna King, Tanya Koo,
Lynn Florence and Tori Markham.
Thank you. And then who
Oh,
did-
sorry,
Oh.
Anne Marie Mosley, Jeff Pilecki, and Scott Shepard. Sorry.
Okay. That's awesome. That's so many folks on the phone. Anyone that just came in? Oh, Aaron just came on.
Hey Sally, this is, hey Sally, may I ask a question real quickly?
Sure.
Could I have an updated list of all of the members and trainees, please? I haven't received one of those for a while.
Sure.
So that would be great. I appreciate it.
All right, do we have everyone then?
We have one person in that walked in.
Okay, who came in?
Bernie, you want to introduce yourself?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Taylor Armstrong here with the Office of the United States Senator Bernie Moreno. Sorry I'm a little late. He's looking for the conference room.
Thank you very
Gotcha.
much.
Staff at the UD office is very helpful to say the least. Good to be here with everyone this morning.
No, we appreciate you
Yep,
showing
we
up.
appreciate
We
it.
appreciate it.
We're very happy that you are here. Now, what is your favorite restaurant? That was our
Favorite restaurant?
ice-breaking question.
I gotta say, I believe it's the Asian Cantina in Marysville. Best
Okay.
pad thai I've ever had.
All
Great
right.
stuff. Great stuff.
Good to know.
I encourage you, anyone in the Marysville area, go visit Asian Cantina. They do a great job.
Sounds good. Well, we are very happy today. We have several things on the agenda, but we, as everyone just heard, are have a guest speaker from Senator Bernie Moreno's office. Mr. Armstrong is the Central Regional Representative for his office and has graciously agreed to come and talk to us today about some of the things going on in Washington, D.C. So, Mr. Armstrong, you want to kind of introduce yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. Spare me a little bit. I've only 4 weeks on the job. We've been moving very quick, though, despite that. Senator Moreno just got out of what was a marathon vote session for the budget, so they were in for about 13 hours voting last night, so they just wrapped up about, I would say, 2-3 hours ago. So they've been busy with the budget and obviously with confirmation votes for President Trump's cabinet. I know talking with Dean and Annette, there were concerns about what would be the potential dissolution of the Department of Education and how that impacted the Randolph-Shepard Act. Unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot of information at this point about what that potential dissolution would look like if it were to proceed. That is more right now being figured out by the administration. I think it doesn't help that they didn't get Linda McMahon confirmed yet. She might have been confirmed though in one of the what we described as a votorama overnight while some of us were in bed or even watching USA Hockey to an extent. So I would say that there's a lot of questions outstanding to an extent with what that looks like, but at the very least, I don't think it's going to impact current law. Randolph-Shepard Act is in federal code. I don't think that's going away anytime soon. There might be, I believe the Department of Education handles execution of Randolph-Shepard Act in terms of vendors for the blind community. And I don't know if that another agency or another department would be in charge of taking over those operations because those are obviously questions that other entities and agencies have with their programs of the Department of Education carries out overall. But at the very least, I want to be able to collect any concerns that you guys have in terms of federal policy, whether it be with the Randolph-Shepard Act, whether it be any concerns with the dissolution of the Department of Education, so that I'm able to relay those to our policy team and to Senator Moreno in D.C. so that if this does indeed happen and if it comes up during the business that they're conducting in D.C., that they're aware of where everyone stands here in Ohio, at least. And I want to thank UD for the work that they do. They do a great job. I don't know if anyone knows Ben Weber here. He was a legislative aide with me, and that's where I guess my previous job was with the Ohio House with Tim Barhorst there in the 85th district. So I'm an Urbana guy. I'm from Champaign County. I don't know, does anyone know Than Johnson, Champaign Residential Services Incorporated? He works with the Ohio Provider Resources Association as well. He's a big mentor, family friend of mine in Urbana. So Pete and those guys at Opera, they're pretty good as well, too. And I'm sure you guys interact with them also. happy to take any questions or write down any concerns that anyone in the room here has. Points of discussion, anything else?
Frank?
Yes. The question I want to ask is, and I understand what you're saying, that you don't have a complete answer about the Department of Education. The other question I have, though, relates to the funding.
Yeah.
I want to make sure that everybody understands, and I want to make sure that the senator understands that, you know, for our funding, yeah, it's federal match, but we generate the money through the work that we do at rest areas and federal facilities and even county facilities. And so we're contributing to that, and that money then is used to help fund our program with purchase of equipment, management services, and maintenance and repair, and there's some other stuff. I'm not going to name all of them, but I am hopeful that Senator Marino will be an ally to this program and to the blind, and that. But I also I want to make sure that I'm hopeful we're not going to run into any funding issues or a change in funding or things like that. And like you said, yes, Randolph-Sheppard is in federal code, but hopefully that protects our funding as well. And I don't know if you know the answer to that or not, but.
All I can say, there is a mass review of appropriations right now, both past and future, and present to an extent. So, you know, I'm hopeful though that most of they're really reviewing funding from a perspective that they deem waste, fraud, and abuse. That's kind of what we're doing. And I would find it very hard to believe that anyone in Washington thinks that funding tied to the Randolph-Sheppard Act is waste, fraud, and abuse. So I think you guys are safe in that regard. But I can't sit here and say that it's, you know, there might be put on hold, there might be interruptions because there is this mass, I guess I'll describe as an audit coming from the administration. Obviously, there's been calls for the legislature to provide some oversight on what DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, and Mr. Musk are going through. You know, those conversations are ongoing in Congress at this point, and I have no answer as to what that would look like. But I will be transparent with you. Yes, there is a mass audit of all funding and all appropriations, which I'm sure targets funding tied to the Randolph-Sheppard Act. But I'm hopeful that will not be classified as something like waste, fraud, or abuse. I think all of us in this room are confident to say that those dollars are being put to good use. If not, some of you having impact by the use of those dollars, especially. So I hope that's the best answer I can provide. I'm not trying to provide a non-answer, but we're just acting off of information that we have now and a bit of ambiguity on the part of the administration. So.
Anyone have any other questions? I will ask about, as Randolph-Sheppard Act, and being that we are associated with Opportunities for Ohioans with Disabilities, we also care quite a bit about the vocational rehabilitation aspect of what they do at the Department of Education. Randolph-Sheppard is definitely hand in hand as a voc rehab program. So we would also always be concerned about any funding to the voc rehab program. It does funnel down kind of through Randolph-Sheppard, how we match some of the funds, but it mostly comes from the match grant that the federal government gives to states for voc rehab. Our group is particularly cautious about the blind, but for all disabilities, that's definitely something we would like to still see to be a very strong and you know, a prosperous program for people finding work. The unemployment rate amongst the disabled is extremely high compared to the non-disabled segment of society. So it is extremely important to, I guess this isn't a question, more of a concern to pass along, but we would definitely like to see funding continue for vocational rehabilitation as well.
I think Senator Moreno would agree that the more people we can get to work and be able to provide for themselves or families or maybe even others, the better. That's a rising tide lifts all boats. More people working means more product, more jobs, and frankly more revenue for the government to reinvest into programs like these to create what is a virtuous cycle to get people into work, no matter where they might be and what they might face. So I completely agree with that. and are you Annette, Chairman?
Yes, I
Chairwoman?
am.
Okay, Annette, good to
Yes.
meet you in person. Put
Yes,
your face to the name.
absolutely.
Okay, absolutely.
And then just, I have a question, right out of my head. Does someone else have a, okay, go ahead, Frank.
Okay.
The other question I have is, if the Department of Education would go away, where would they put, we work with a lot of people from Rehabilitation Services Administration, such as Jesse Cardle and Christine Grassman and other people that are a part of that. What would happen with RSA? Would they just move them to, or move that entity to a different, within a different agency? Or, and you probably don't know the exact answer to that. I know years ago that I believe the Randolph Shepherd program was with HHS, Health and Human Services, and I know a lot of operators, it was several years ago, that worked hard to try and get it out of that, get it in with the Department of Education.
Yeah, I don't have an exact answer. My, kind of what our hunch is that there's either going to be what we call a translation, where the agency is put into another existing department, so maybe back in the Health and Human Services, Department of Health and Human Services, or there's going to be a send down, where those services offered by RSA are going to be sent to the states in some way, shape, or form for them to start taking over at their level, where it makes sense, obviously. And there might be a combination of both, where some of the services are translated into another agency and other services are sent down to the states for them to carry out. So there's a lot of ambiguity in that regard, and we see that to be probably the strong potential across the board for the Department of Education, whether it's public schools, whether it's higher education, or whether it is developmental disabilities, to an extent, or disabilities in general. And I apologize if I use any terminology. Let me know. I don't want to be improper in that regard. So, but I think that's probably the best case scenario. Is there's either going to be a translation or a send down to a lot of these departments. My opinion is that something like RSA will probably just go into HHS and then continue coordinating from there with the states.
Okay.
But that's obviously unofficial. It's just my opinion. I think that's probably likely the scenario.
Annette,
Yes,
I have
you
a
bet.
question. Now, this hasn't to do with our program, but I have grandkids that have a disability that's in high school, dyslexic. How is these changes going to affect the schools in which these kids, are they getting, to be able to get help? Or do you have any idea how they're going to, by depending on what state you're in, or state control, or what are we looking for?
That I could see that more state control. I don't know officially. I know the Department of Education Workforce has already focused a lot on dyslexia in public schools in Ohio, and I'm sure they're getting support, if not, maybe funding opportunities from the federal government, or even guidance from the federal government to help navigate that. So I could see a majority of that, if assuming the dissolution of the Department of Education happens, a lot of that will be sent down to the states for them to do full time. And Ohio's, like I said, already ahead of the ball on that to an extent, addressing dyslexia among students in our public schools. So I don't know for sure, but that's something that I could likely see, instead of just being translated into a different agency like RSA through HHS or another department that the administration deems appropriate, that all of that would just get sent down to the states. And overall, there is a concern that, well, can the states handle this? Are they going to be able to shoulder this burden that otherwise the federal government for a while has been used to being able to run, I guess, local entities to be able to manage those. So kind of this restoration to federalism type of movement, and I think that's overall the goal is to kind of decentralize some things in DC and the federal government that otherwise can be sent back to the states, and in that regard can be sent back to local governments and local entities as well. So, maybe your local DD boards potentially. I don't know what they already handle and what their workload is, but if there's room for them to take some of these things over at the local level, And then obviously here at the state level with OOD or DODD, so be it. So I think that's kind of the overall expectation of that program.
Questions?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Dean.
Okay, first I'm gonna say I'm Dean Hamilton.
Hey,
Sean,
Dean,
Sean, how you doing?
good to put a face to a name. Absolutely,
Yeah.
sir. Thanks for the
Oh, that's a scary thing. But anyways, I just want to say pretty much Annette and Frank got the questions I had.
Yeah.
I just want to put out there that there are a lot of our operators within the state. As the news comes out, they get pretty stressed out because, as you know, news is all over the place.
Yeah.
You know, and so the more we can find out about that, you know, about this situation when the news is correct, would be very useful.
And are these operators, they're employed by the Department of Education or
No, we're
self-employed?
Self-employed.
And I'm sorry with the terminology. So when we refer to an operator, who are we referring to?
Blind vendor.
Okay, blind men.
Yeah.
Yes. And we're trained and licensed by the state.
Okay.
I have another question.
Okay, give that.
For those, those are that's on the federal property, like the military bases and stuff, how is some of these changes going to affect those operators that are operating on federal facilities? Other than, I mean, I don't know if it would be any difference, but.
Are you referring to like closure of federal property
Yeah,
potentially?
well, I know we're letting go of some federal employees, you know, streamlining or whatever you want to call it for the federal. How is that going to be affecting these federal installations? Because we have some here in Ohio.
Yeah, I would think either specifically to operators, I don't think operators are the target of, I guess, the layoffs of civilian federal employees to an extent. And the ones that are kept, so say, you know, a military base or a
that's
federal.
what I mean.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's what I mean, like on military, are we
Yeah.
going to be seeing massive layoffs on these type of installations and that type of stuff?
Yeah, we haven't heard anything in terms of from a military perspective. Department of Defense, I haven't heard of any significant, I guess, how do you call it, shrink initiatives. I don't think we're looking to close any domestic bases anytime soon. If anything, I know in the President's first administration, in his first term, obviously there was attempts to try to close bases overseas that he felt were unnecessary and frankly costly to the taxpayer. I don't know if that initiative is going to be coming back now that he's back in office. Granted, he's got a different defense secretary, but we haven't heard anything in regards to domestic military installations, which I think by virtue probably will affect many of the operators that are assigned there to an extent, or work there. So.
I had a couple of things. One's a fairly small, easy one. There was a set of regulations recently submitted surrounding the Randolph-Shepard Act to redefine what a vending machine is. And as you probably can guess, the vending machines are pretty important to our program. That's the primary thing that we do. And this is going to redefine what a vending machine is. And basically with things changing, it's talking about only calling a vending machine, which would extend our priority to things that have tangible goods. That's something you can hold or consume, things like that, instead of services. So that's one thing that we are currently looking at trying to diminish. So if you could put that on your list of something maybe to make sure that vending machines stay vending machines. If someone puts it and it's an automatically dispensed manual goods or service, that still applies to the Randolph-Shepard Act. And the other thing to put on the list to just kind of keep in mind for the future is that we get, as a program nationally, some still here in Ohio, but it's a national issue, a lot of blowback with the Randolph-Shepard Act through the Department of Defense and the Veterans Administration. And those are probably the two biggest ones. We have a pretty good relationship with the General Services Administration, which does most of the federal building. We have a pretty good relationship with the U.S. Postal Service.
Good.
But the DOD and the VA do give us a lot of headaches and a lot of fights, I'll be honest with you, on when we try to put our people to work and establish Randolph-Shepherd facilities. So that's one thing we maybe in the future we can talk about a little bit more as that comes around when we do have those issues.
Well, good news is we're having a congressional staffer day with the Columbus VA here about a month from now. So it's basically going to be an overview of the VA and their services, especially for us newbies like me. So what a perfect opportunity to ask about their thoughts about Randolph-Shepherd and maybe try to see what's going on there, at least from their perspective. Obviously, they might not be able to speak for the Department of for the Veterans Administration, but at least from a provider, local provider perspective.
Absolutely, that would be great.
Very timely, thank you. I like that. Very much.
Does anyone have?
I have a question.
Seth?
Kind of off Randolph-Shepherd, but every Congress, Representative Maloney, I believe it is, but she's from New Jersey.
Okay.
Enters bill to remove the lens. So right now, Social Security under Medicare will not pay for anything with the lens. And
What's
that
the lens? I'm sorry.
like the lens for glasses.
Oh, I'm sorry, A-class.
Yeah, so they won't pay for anything with the lens, and unfortunately, they wrote that in 1932. Now that we're in 2025 and we have all this technology, all of it has lenses, so therefore it's not covered by Medicare.
Okay.
So she enters a bill every Congress to have that removed from Social Security, and it never goes anywhere. I would like Senator Marino to pick that up in the Senate for us, to try to get rid of that provision of Social Security that they cannot provide anything with the lens.
Okay. So, and just to make sure I'm understanding this, Social Security through Medicare does not pay for eyeglass lenses.
Yeah, anything with the lens.
Anything with the lens. Okay. And you mentioned.
I would want that to be changed.
There's a product available to help the visually impaired see better, focus better.
Absolutely.
And it has a lens, and it has been denied to us personally.
Like 5 times.
Wow.
Yes. But it is currently being used as a prosthetic through the VA, and it's being approved in that regard, but for traditional
Medicare.
recipients,
Medicare.
it has been denied.
Elon Musk was coming out with something too. Or did you see that?
I have not.
What was it? The blind people to be able to see, people that are paralyzed.
Oh, AI.
Yeah.
Some nerve thing that for
Yeah.
people that quadriplegics and people that's blind.
Right.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any
Neuro something, it's neuro.
questions for Mr. Armstrong?
I love that.
Well, we appreciate you being here. And one thing I'm going to ask too, I won't take up the committee's time, but one of the other hats I wear is I'm on the board of directors for the National Federation of the Blind of Ohio.
Okay.
And we do have several legislative initiatives that we are actually, we had a day in Washington here a couple weeks ago. And because of everything going on, our folks were not able to meet with Senator Marino's office, but I'd like the opportunity to try and talk to you about some of those.
Absolutely.
So I have your number, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to reach out.
Absolutely. I'm happy to have meetings from here on out. Obviously, this is my job. My job's to be out and about. I'll provide an email if anyone needs. Shoot me an email to flag anything or send invitations to meetings another way. And then what's the best way to get an email to everybody?
You can give it to me right now.
Okay. Okay. I'll write it down, give that to her. And then, like I say, yeah, hopefully we start a good dialogue here. If there's anything, now you have my contact in that, and I believe
Yes.
Dean does as well.
Yep.
And hopefully we'll be able to address these things as we as we learn more from the administration, once folks are getting confirmed, and maybe we get a budget passed in March. That'll be fun. So,
And if I may add, I'm on the legislative committee of the National Federation of the Blind of Ohio, and I actually was in D.C. During those meetings.
Yeah, very good. Thank you guys for doing that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And if you guys have issues scheduling with Moreno's office, let me know. He puts a big priority, especially if Ohioans are in DC, to schedule with him. But I know things have been kind of crazy there because he's brand new, but he's also a senior senator, so he had to kind of tango and learn how to dance at the same time. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Senator, only a few weeks in.
Exactly. Which isn't a bad thing, but we're happy that Vice President Vance is in office. But obviously, Bernie was like, "Dude, what are you doing to me, man? I don't even know where the bathroom is, and I got to
be senior senator."
So we've all been learning together. It's been great. But hopefully, we'll get some stable ground here in the next few weeks.
Okay.
Absolutely. And I'm going to make an assumption that Senator Moreno has a newsletter that folks can sign up for online, or has he got he may not
Actually,
have that yet.
we do.
Okay.
We do.
It's on the website.
We do.
I know they've got a portal there for folks to put in all their information. I don't know if I can ask our IT folks how we might be able to send it directly to people without having to go through the website, if that makes things easier. But there's an option to go through the website, where I'm happy to see if we can just go ahead and make sure that whoever wants to be on that newsletter can be on.
Can you give me your email address?
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to just say it?
It's Taylor_Armstrong, TAYLOR_Armstrong, at moreno.senate.gov.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. The House is easier because they use dot, so there's first dot, last name. The Ohio House and the Senate are the same way to an extent. It was hard to get used to the underscore because I would send Taylor.Armstrong, and I was like, your email's not going through. It's like, oh, well.
Oh, yeah.
Not the underscore. Email anytime. And I ask for patience in that regard too, because I only have access to my email on a desktop in the office an hour and away, usually in Columbus, since I'm from Urbana. They don't have my laptop and phone yet because IT has not been the quickest lately.
Exactly. So
it's been I just now got my email set up 2 weeks ago. So
Okay.
federal government's living up to its expectation of being slow.
Understood.
So, anything else? Any other comments?
I just want to, on behalf of, and Annette will say it too, but I was going to say, thank you for coming. Thank you for
Yeah.
and please keep in touch with all of us.
Yeah,
Definitely. Thank you.
This is my job at the end of the day, and this is great. It gets me out of the house, even though it's cold. But not being in office 5 days a week kind of sucked in the legislature and state level. So this is a lot better being able to interact.
Definitely.
All right.
Well, thank you so much.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yep. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Our friends from Kentucky on the call. I don't know who they are. Hello.
It's Christy. I can introduce them.
Okay.
You've got Corey, he's the director, and then Lynn, she's part of their committee. And yeah, we invited, similar to last month when we invited Indiana to come and share their process on product inventory. So I'll let them take it over.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you all on this cold? It is 5 degrees in southern Kentucky, so I cannot imagine what it is in Ohio.
And this is Christopher, Statement Secretary. Could I have your last name, please? I have Corey and Lynn at this point.
Welcome, M-A-R-C-U-M.
And Florence, Florence.
Okay.
Christy has asked that we come on and kind of give a background on how Kentucky does inventory. I think we do it a little different than what you all do in operating the transfer from one vendor to another. What we do is we kind of take it out of the state's hands and send it to a third-party inventory specialist that comes in and does the inventory for a location, and they can do an inventory in hours where it would take the agency days to do an inventory. This is all they do. They know wholesale prices off the top of their head. I mean, this is every day for them. They come in, he's got a computer that he wears on the side of his hip, and literally it takes minutes to do a vending machine. It takes longer to walk from vending machine to vending machine or rack to rack for them to set eyes on what's going on and look at the product and figure out what's going to be counted. I think one thing that Chrissy's talked about is expired product and the difference in what one vendor would want in product versus what another vendor would want. It is totally up to our exiting vendor and incoming vendor on what's sold. The exiting vendor can take as much as they want. It is their product. And the incoming vendor can accept as much or as little as they want. It is their responsibility to pull the expired product that they don't want. It is their responsibility to decide, okay, the exiting vendor sold pantyhose, I don't want to sell pantyhose. And then last,
That's happened.
in the past sold pantyhose. And that's why I use that as an example. And
That happens, really, yeah.
Occasionally, I'll still walk into a location that carries them for some ladies. But I guess back in the 80s or 90s, when it was more in fashion and ladies would get a run in them, they would just change them there. But again, I use that as an example because that's one that we've had to come about. So it's up to the incoming and exiting vendor to decide what they take or don't take. But again, once it's counted, it's up for the incoming vendor to write the exiting vendor a check, and the property stays with the incoming vendor. Now, if it is a brand new vendor coming into the program, the Office of Vocational Rehabilitation through their counselors will pay the outgoing vendor so that product becomes product of the caseload and that new vendor coming into the program.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I guess it's open in for questions.
I have a question.
You bet.
Lynn, do you have anything to add to
Hold on
that?
just a second, go ahead.
I would say that, yes, we do have the company that comes in, but our vendors that are coming and going are required to be at that inventory exchange, so that while you're going through it, for me, for instance, not every vendor carries fabulous coffee makers that require, bean coffee. So you can tell the person that's doing your inventory, hey, this product comes from this location, not the typical Vistar, Cisco, GFS. You can tell them, maybe there's something that you're, like, for me, I didn't need them to sit and count, half a case of sugar. That's just ridiculous. So you can choose whether you just say, hey, I'm just gonna include that, don't waste your time with that. But as long as you're with the person that's doing the inventory and you make, any suggestions or any things that are different for your location, those are counted. They just don't go off the top of their head. he makes a notation to go back and you give them the company and they'll look at it like that. They just don't throw a number out there. And I guess that's the only thing I can think of right now. But he is really fast. The example, I transferred a micro market. He did the micro market, the storage in probably, I'm gonna be say 45 minutes. It did not take, and that's with having 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 coolers with drinks and grab and goes, all the cabinets with storage, all the coffee things, all the candy bars, and he did it in like 45 minutes. And the machines, there were 3 vending machines at another location. I don't think that took him 10 minutes. So they are very fast and efficient.
Yvette, you had a question?
For both rehab, when they, you said for a new facility, so there is no initial inventory that the outgoing operator would have to leave because that inventory belongs to them, and that's just for a new facility.
Correct.
What about an existing?
No, it's for, so the rehab, their counselor, if it is a new vendor that's just getting in the program, say they came into my location, all of the inventory in my location would be paid to me from their counselor. If it's a new location that's never had anything, I think that, Corey, you correct me if I'm wrong, you guys pay for that. Is that right? Or no?
We've not had a brand new location
Yeah,
in
that's-
so many years.
Yeah, because even when I went from my cafeteria to a micro market, I just pulled my own inventory. I can't remember where we've had a new vendor and location at one time.
Now, what about if, like, if it's not new locations, and so there's no initial inventory to even worry about, whatever's there, you just deal with whatever's there. There's nothing that you have to.
So are you asking if you're a vendor going to a location, is the vendor responsible for getting an inventory for that? Is that what you're asking?
Well, here in Ohio, when we, like I'm in a location in when I came into the location, I had $5,000 worth of stock. When I leave the location here in Ohio, we have to leave $5,000 worth of stock or money, have the money for that, which we call its initial inventory. You all don't have that. Did I explain that pretty good?
No.
No, we do not have an initial inventory.
So it's whatever that's there in the location, you count it up. Now, is this professional company that's doing it, are they using a scanner? Some kind of scanner?
They use it's kind of like a calculator in some senses. It looks like a kind of a big chunky calculator. And he can count with one hand and he types with the other hand. He can put in what it is and how many numbers are there.
How much about approximately does that cost your program to have an outside person do the inventory?
It depends on what part of the state the inventory is in, but it's maybe a couple $100 per location. It's not outrageous at all.
We did that many years ago. We sometimes on our larger facilities would have an outside inventory company doing it, but it was extremely expensive.
Yeah, it was.
And, but the nice side of that was you did get extended inventory done that day. I mean, and the prices are all calculated and you do the number right then and there.
Yeah, like I said, it's a few $100s per inventory. It is nothing outrageous at all.
And I don't think ours, they have the number right then and there, especially if he has things that he's not calculated before, like the coffee beans or something like that he has to, what I did was give him the company name that I would order certain things from. Because I didn't want, say the coffee cups, they weren't just coming from Vistar. They came from what we call Creation Gardens, or What Chefs Want, I think is what it is. So those were specific to that company. So I wanted to make sure I was getting reimbursed for what I actually bought from where. So sometimes I don't know everybody's location, but the 2 times that I've seen it done for things I've been involved in, usually got the report within maybe a week, maybe less, Corey.
Oh yeah, I usually have it within a day, day and a half. It's usually not extended at all.
Any other questions?
Hey, Corey and Lynn, this is Christy. A couple of questions that I have that, Corey, I thought you said at one point that generally people try to keep, 3 weeks of product? My question is if someone were to go into a facility that might not have been run great, is there any help to get the incoming person up to that threshold? Or are they responsible to figure out how to get more product there if they're going in and someone might not have run that business very well?
I'm sure there could always be a case by case, but we really not had that happen to an extent. Our kind of blanket policy is, and this is what we do for incoming vendors, is their caseload pays for up to three weeks, or a minimum of 3 weeks worth of initial inventory to them. So again, and most of the time it is a combination of what the exiting vendor leaves and then an additional order past that from somewhere like Gordon Foods or Sam's or something along those lines. Again, we do that's kind of been our standard, is 3 weeks is what we ask a vendor to keep on hand. And so that would be if somebody does $1,000 a week, their inventory would be $3,000 is what we would expect to be on hand. And we really don't that's not there.
One of my consultants has a question. They're asking, are the operators, vendors responsible for providing receipts to the inventory specialist, or does he find the pricing as part of the service?
He finds the pricing, but again, if there are specialty cases where he may not know that price, the vendor can provide them. Sure, I believe. If there are specialty products, sometimes we'll have to provide the resources for them, but most of the time he just knows the price.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Frank.
My question is, how do you, I know I heard a lot about new incoming vendors. What if the inventory is between 2 existing vendors, it's transitional, and what if the outgoing vendor doesn't have enough inventory there? Is the SLA able to help or not, or it doesn't? And in addition to that, even 2 existing vendors, what if you guys will that actually temp any facilities, and how do you handle that?
We try not to temp. We do some emergency appointments, is what we call them, but we treat them the same. We just come in, pay it, again, they'll pay them out when the exiting gets paid by the incoming. And that, again, that's the same way we handle a traditional promotion. Exiting vendor gets paid out by the incoming.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Frank.
Have you ran into a situation where you would have issues with the vendors agreeing? Have you ran into that at all, where the vendors don't agree?
That's why we
Not
use that,
years.
that's why we use that third party. So that
Not
there's-
in years.
There should not be any reason to disagree, because the exiting vendor is allowed to take anything they want, the incoming vendor is allowed to refuse anything they don't want. So past that, there should not be any reason to disagree, because there's a third-party entity doing the inventory. So that takes the argument completely away. What grounds would a vendor have to argue if a third party is doing the inventory?
Well, Madam Chair, we've seen situations where, and isolated incidents, but we've seen situations where the outgoing vendor would buy, you know, like, I don't know, 5,000 bags of Cheetos or something, and then, you know, which aren't gonna, you know, not all of that's gonna sell, and the incoming vendor is like, I don't need all of those, I'll never sell them.
Well, then that's when the incoming vendor sets it to the side and the outgoing takes it with them, because then they're not counted.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes, get that.
So for example, you've got two vendors that's transitioning. One is leaving a cafeteria, going to a vending route, and someone, or food service, and the incoming coming in. So the outgoing is not going to need some of the things that you would have in a cafeteria to take with them, but the incoming maybe not want some of those things. Are the outgoing just stuck with it? They just
Yes, yeah, you should have spent your inventory down.
That's the game.
Do you have any other questions?
We've had vendors, you know, kind of have their own sidebar before inventory and kind of, you know, look and say, hey, I really don't want this before the actual day. Because it has to be done. You cannot go through inventory and while they're doing it, say, oh, I don't want that, or I don't want that. It has to be decided prior to the inventory started.
Yes, we do encourage them to make a visit and figure out what their game plan is before day of, because once he starts counting, once it's counted, it's counted.
Okay, so, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Do that.
I'm sorry. I'm just saying, so the outgoing, so they would have to have been visited the location prior to that inventory specialist coming in and doing their thing. They would have had to already went to the location and went through the inventory with the existing operator, right?
Well, they would have to have an idea. I mean, they wouldn't have to go item by item, but they're gonna have an idea, okay, I don't need 5 flavors of Mountain Dew, and they'll know ahead of time that they don't need every one of those, and they don't need there might be an off-brand of chips that they're not gonna carry that the previous vendor carried, or something to that extent.
Madam Chair, one more question. With Voc Rehab only helps the new vendors coming into the program. So existing vendors don't really have the option if they needed to get more inventory or anything like that, right?
Correct. They can always reopen a case if there's needed for additional help. And that should be part of your promotion, is as you promote from facility to facility, that the vendor would have a nest egg to be able to promote up and afford a larger inventory than they're exiting.
Okay, any other?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Tanya? Or Julie,
That's
okay.
Julie Russell. Yeah, I just wanted to ask them how they do their selections.
You mean selection for the incoming vendor?
Or how you select someone to get a location? Do you do seniority or do you know?
It is a combination of seniority and past business practices. If past business practices are not acceptable to the agency, seniority has no relevance at all.
Do you have like a checklist or something like that?
We do keep a complaint log and site visits that go along with tracking, and that's read out as part of our upward mobility process, that the committee understands, that they know what has been, what vendors have been, what their performance, what the track record looks like.
That's nice.
Any other questions? Well, Julie opened the door to throw something out there that's not inventory question, so I'm going to do it too. Maintenance and repair. Do you have a company that does that, or do you have people internally who does your M&R?
We do both. We have, I lease my equipment from USI.
Okay.
But we lease our equipment, and as far as for vending equipment, but when it comes to kitchen equipment, we have a third party that does that. But I also have two, we call them repair people, but they're a jack of all trades. Yeah, and Lynn will say they are more than that. They are trainers. They triage repairs, and they will do little things, but they don't necessarily repair everything, but they will triage them on behalf of USI. They do everything. I mean, they do so much for us as far as training vendors how to do things, helping with maintenance. They are the backbone of the agency. They truly are. Shelby and Liam are just, they are phenomenal when it comes to, again, they're just kind of there to help vendors, and just in general. It might be moving a piece of equipment, it might be changing a water filter. Their jobs are right now, we have transitioned to an electronic lock system for all our vending machines. So right now they're training vendors how to use the new electronic locks and switching vendors to there. So calling them a repair person isn't necessarily a great title for them. That's what their paper title is, but they do so much more. But most of our heavy duty repairs are done through our USI contract or through a third party.
And those folks are agency employees?
Correct.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, that's what I thought you guys did. And then one other quick question, and I'm not sure I have the right state, but I believe I do. Are you the state that don't pay sales tax in VE facilities?
Correct.
I thought so. Good for you. That's awesome. Okay.
We don't pay it and we don't collect it from our customers.
I think that's a cool thing you guys were able to accomplish there in Kentucky for your Randolph Shepherd facility. So, any other questions?
Interesting.
Well, Corey and thank you so much for coming today. We appreciate it. It's really fun and great to hear from other states and how you do it, and how Christy likes to say it's no good to reinvent the wheel. We're looking at our rules and trying to decide if and what changes we might need to make to our inventory. So we're talking to other states about it, and we appreciate you taking the time to share.
Not a problem. Anytime.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. All right. Cool. Yeah, I thought Kentucky did that several years ago. They went to their legislators and were able to exempt themselves from sales tax.
That's something.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. We do need to do some housekeeping here since we had our speakers at the beginning, some of our regular stuff. The first order of business we really need to do is, as all of you should know, Derek Newfark resigned as chairperson of the committee, which is why I'm talking now. So I have stepped in as chair, and so now we do need to elect a vice chair to finish the term through June, and actually it kind of goes into the first couple weeks of July until we elect people at our July meeting. So at this time, I'd like to open up nominations for vice chair.
Okay. Madam Chair,
Yes, Dean.
I'll nominate Frank Bergassa.
And Frank, do you accept?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Well, then I would, someone close nominations, and it looks like Frank, you were the only one, so. Congratulations. All right.
Congratulations.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Keith.
is it possible to nominate myself?
Keith, unfortunately, because you're not here in person,
I thought it was, oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I wish you could, but because you're not here, you cannot act as a representative today, which means you could not nominate.
So can I ask someone on the committee to do it as well?
Well, we just had the
I'm
election.
always testing.
We kind of closed the election, but that's up to someone in the committee willing to reopen it, or, I'm not gonna make that call. We closed the nominations and,
They took me Michigan.
I'm sorry. And I don't believe you can officially nominate either, Keith, because you're not in the room. Until the virtual aspect of the, until the, yeah, until, we're allowed to do things virtual, people who come on the phone aren't allowed to do voting or nominating or anything like that. And that doesn't take effect until April, so,
Madam Chair.
yes, sir.
I think our bylaws are mute on that. We're allowed to nominate over the phone for positions on the committee. So I don't understand why we wouldn't be able to do that, first of all. And second of all, under our bylaws, we're only to have elections the first meeting after July 1st. So I'm not even sure that, per our bylaws, we can even elect a new vice chair.
That one could possibly be true, but we do need a vice chair. That would be an error in our bylaws, I guess, if something happened to one of the positions and we needed somebody. That's the point of filling in, if I walked out and, killed over, we need someone to take charge, to be in charge, so that's something we will have to look at with our bylaws. As far as nominating, yes, our bylaws are new on it, but the Ohio sunshine laws are not. People cannot do voting, not things like that unless they're in the room. Until the law takes effect, the recent change that was made, allowing a few committees, us being one of the exceptions, to do something virtually. Any other questions, concerns?
Madam Chair, I have a quick question about the virtual aspect of our meetings. Will workers or subcommittees be able to meet virtually?
Yes,
Oh,
we
okay.
should be able to,
Okay.
yes.
That's good.
From what I understand, we should be able to, as long as we follow the same, the procedures. And that's something that is still being worked on. We do need to put something in our bylaws. I have talked a little bit through email briefly with the AG's office. They were supposed to give us some language to put in our bylaws that are, that goes along with the law. Because there are most organizations, most commissions, committees, all that still do have to meet in person. We are being granted an exception. That was passed in the legislature, and so that's still being worked on, but that doesn't take effect till April. So the earliest we could even do it would be April. And I'm not sure if we'll have everything in place even to do it then, until we get some assistance with that and make sure that we are compliant. Anything else on that?
Just Madam Chair?
Yes.
Our AG rep was supposed to, although they're probably still working on it, they were supposed to send us something or
Yes.
send us some information, and they may not have it done yet.
I don't believe they do, because I did ask about that.
Okay.
And they said they're still working on it. Because I was going to actually put that on the agenda today for something we could start looking at. And obviously, we have rules in place about adapting bylaws and everything. I was attempting to see if that was something we could address today, but no such luck.
Hi, this is Heather Williams.
Oh, yes, Heather.
Hi, I'm subbing for Michelle today. She's in another commitment right now. Just to confirm, yes, there is still working on the language to make sure that it's compliant with the statutory updates and everything. So that will be coming your way, but you are correct that that is still getting worked on. Just wanted to close the loop on that.
Okay, thank you. All right. So then we have the minutes from the January meeting. Everyone get them? Anyone have any corrections or amendments to them? If not, then we will pass those without objection. The responses, motions and responses? Anyone have anything? I believe they were too. Okay, good. I did not receive any requests for public comment, but if someone would like to make a public comment.
Madam Chair?
Yes, is that Julie?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Julie.
I understand that some operators are in distress and having quite a bit of problems with a few of their locations. One being Mark and Debbie over at the base. And I guess Mark had several things that pop, freeze, and then finally, and they wouldn't do any, excuse me, they wouldn't do anything about it. And the base, and then it ended up to where a pipe burst and it got messy and it was pretty awful. And my question is this: are we having trouble in communications with them? We are, our group, our whole group, is to represent operators and the things that they go through, and I don't understand why it got that far. And were we not allowed to talk to them, or why couldn't we have gotten something done way before the pipes broke?
Is that your end of your public comment? I know you asked a question, but I don't want to interrupt you.
No, I think that's it.
Okay. No, and it's a good question. Something should have been done before the things were freezing. I don't know. This is the first I'm hearing of this, so personally, but so I don't know a lot about the story. But that's rotten. If we knew they were freezing and then the pipes broke and nothing was done, was the I don't know who's there. Okay. Was that something you knew about, that things were freezing, and was the base informed, or?
Madam Chair, this is the first time hearing that the product froze. I did hear about the pipe bursting after it happened. But yeah, I didn't realize that product was freezing.
Okay, so we probably do have a communication failure here. And that is something we'll have to.
Madam Chair?
Yes, you bet.
The communication with DSCC, it needs to improve as far as, period, everything that's going on over there needs to get better, but I do have a public comment.
Okay.
And I'm wondering why we can't waiver the third-party contracts and stuff. Why can't we, like even at UC or something, we can't have a waiver for those. You know, I know that we have that issue as far as with these new companies, these new robotic stuff or whatever. But I'm asking about why can't we have I lost my train of thought on some of that.
Okay.
I'm sorry. But are we able to do a waiver for third-party contracts?
To me, we're gonna talk about that a little more later in the meeting.
Yep.
Some of the third-party things. So we can hit on it then, and maybe your train will come back to
lost
you.
my
but
train of thought.
That's okay. We can address exactly what you want. Okay. Any other public comment? All right. Next one, we have statewide. Yay. So let's talk about statewide. Lindsay?
Madam Chair. I talked to Marty from Schaefer. He is going to come down there. We thought the AMS update would be ready for statewide so that they could do a big, update letting everyone know, but Marty does not think it will be ready then. So what else would you guys like to see Schaefer do? I know last year was kind of on the lines of cleaning the machines, doing like small repairs or something. What are you guys interested in seeing from Schaefer?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I would like them to show us how to get our machines leveled by their delivery people.
Yes, oh, yes, that is a good one. Yes.
What are machines do you level? No, I'm just-
Apparently all of mine are self-leveling.
I was gonna say, Madam Chair, that should be a part of the standard delivery process.
Yes.
If they're not.
I won't do it. No.
If they're
As
not
long as
doing
it's out
it,
there, not it.
they should be doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, that'd be a good one to talk about, leveling. Anything else, suggestions for Schaefer? Maybe that's something we can get to you,
Yeah.
Lindsay, yes.
I was having, and I think Pete and I have had this conversation too, and I had it last night with Patrick. Some of those newer BevMax type machines that are out there, like if you want to sell Red Bull or certain, whatever the other specialty stuff, you gotta have a kit, or you gotta have like, some different things put on there, because the, whatever you call the pushers or whatever, they don't work right unless you have them on there, it'll cause one hellacious mess. And, when I guess Patrick and David and them took over those machines, Patrick was telling me last night, he had never seen machines like that. He didn't even know he had to do that to be able to utilize, to be able to sell that type of product, until somebody from Pepsi actually told him that. He was like, I've never seen a machine like this before. So that's something new that's out there. I don't know if that's something, and I don't know if we have a lot of them floating out there in our program now. I don't know what kind of new glass fronts we're buying, but if that's sounds like we are buying some of them. If Dean got one or some of them when he got new machines at his rest area. So that may be something we might want to address, unless everybody already knows about it. I'd like to hear from the rest of the committee, though. They may think differently, so.
Oh, I
Guessing
agree.
because it's the BevMax machines do need a special kit, don't do the little skinny, Red Bull can. I don't know, any other suggestions? Okay, well, we can always send those also to Lindsay, if people think the same, or if anyone listening thinks of any suggestions, or if things just come out in general that you see as an issue between now and then. Any other statewide?
Yes, Madam Chair. So I talked to Julie Russell yesterday, and they're gonna do a food show, but they're not doing breakfast for Saturday morning. We do start at 9, their breakfast opens at 8, so you guys can definitely get breakfast before, and obviously, if you don't get done, the restaurant is literally right down the hall, just a straight shot from the meeting room we'll be in, so you could always potentially bring stuff in there if you don't get there in time. I have contacted eSight, Iris Vision, and ZoomMax. They are just some places that have tech. So they are, some of them are trying to see if they have a representative around here that can come, but eSight is on board, so they will be there. And then we're going to work with them for the box lunches, and we're gonna do some type of breakfast type thing for Friday morning. But it'll be like bagels, muffins, pastries, and then coffee. So it's not gonna be extravagant, but it'll be something delicious that will tide us over to lunch. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of all that I have.
Okay. The Saturday morning, but Schaefer used to do that, so are they not? Julie, did Schaefer not want to do the breakfast this year?
I have not gotten any answer back from Marty. I just know that last year they went through hell. And after the hotel did what they did, they charged them too much, and it was a big mess.
Oh, okay.
So I have no clue, but their breakfasts are supposed to be pretty decent. They have like a buffet. I don't know how much the buffet cost everyone, but their prices were better than some of the other hotels. So, and while I still have you on the phone, the Ohio Blind Vendors are doing the food show, and then afterwards we'd like to do, hopefully with Aaron Hopkins' help, I haven't talked to him yet, hi Aaron, we'd like to do a technology seminar to help people catch up on some of the technology that's new and improved that can help our program. And we're hoping to have a dinner with that, but that's pretty new, and I haven't gone through all of that yet. But the only thing that I could see that is half affordable is just simply hamburgers and French fries.
Right. Okay.
So, and then we would have the seminar, and we would hopefully work personally with some people on some stuff, and I'm sure I can get some volunteers to help.
Absolutely. Sounds good. Anything else?
Annette, this is Aaron.
Oh, yes, Aaron, you're paying for dinner that night. Is that what you just said?
Of course he is.
Of course, I'm always willing to help out anybody any way we can for, assistive technology. If I can help in any way, I think it would be great. You're welcome, Julie. Also, I really think, I don't know how many of you guys have problems with this, but I think this would be a good topic for Schaefer if they can. Are you guys having trouble programming CoinMex? Because sometimes I find that they may not pay it out exactly right, they may not pay out the right amount, or something's going on with them and you have to reprogram them, or I'm finding myself running out of quarters quite a bit because I don't have recyclers on machines, and they just don't hold enough quarters if you only got 2 tubes. So how do you put those extra tubes on those CoinMex, and then how do you program them?
That's a good one. I bet Lindsay's writing.
I am.
All right. Thanks, Aaron. Good topic.
One more thing, Madam.
Yes.
If anyone has any recommendations of what they would like to see, please give me a call. I do want to do the small groups like we did last year. We only had 45 minutes last year, so I'd like to maybe double it if that's what people want. So if you guys have, talking points or, however you would like to do that, we can always
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Lindsay, I would say that encourage each group to pick somebody to kind of report out after, so everybody, you know, I mean, they don't gotta give like some word by word, but they can just give an overall of what was talked about and what was discussed. Sometimes it's nice to hear what people are charged, what prices are at universities, what they are at rest areas, kind of what products are being carried, and any other relevant information, just to, that way the whole room gets, you know, not just the one group doesn't just sit and talk amongst themselves, they pick somebody, and then, you know, but all that information gets relayed, so everybody gets very informed.
Madam Chair, I love that, Frank. That is a great idea.
And you will have somebody from NABM coming. I talked to Nikki. I'm not sure who just yet, but somebody will be here from NABM for, you know, an update, national update. Awesome. Okay, anything else on statewide?
One other thing, it was pointed out to me, Madam Chair, by a few people, we don't have a whole bunch of them, but we do have a lot of postal operators out there, and I don't think we had that as a group last year.
That's right.
Yeah. Is someone on the phone?
Yes, it was Aaron again.
Oh, Aaron, okay.
I think, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of this, but there's a company out there called 99 Spoons, and they have the most awesome ice cream machines that you guys could ever imagine. They make soft serve ice cream, they make sundaes, and these things are really, really nice, they're really neat. The guy that is in charge, that if anybody would like to get in touch with him, his name is Nick from 99 Spoons, and he told me before, a year ago, that he would love to come to statewide and talk to us about those ice cream machines.
Only if you bring samples.
Yeah.
Well, I think he could. If he brought a machine there, they could make it right there.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Liz.
Aaron, do you have their contact information?
I probably don't have it right now, but I think if you just go on Google, Lindsay, and you just Google 99 Spoons,
Okay.
you'll see a video and all kinds of stuff. It's all right there. You can find it directly.
Awesome.
And he's very, very knowledgeable guy. He'll definitely get back to you. It's not like Farmer's Bridge or any of them others.
All right.
At his rest area?
Okay. Anything else?
Oh, he doesn't have a
statewide?
rest area.
Well, something I know we have to save the date. Will something at some point be coming out for people to start registering, or?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
yes, I'm working on it. I will get it out next week, 100%.
Okay.
No, sure, I have one other.
Yes.
Lindsay, as we get closer to statewide, will you be sending out a list of like what menu items the restaurant has and things like that?
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, we will send that out, probably with the invitation.
And an accessible, because there was
Yes.
something with I know you sent something out at one point, and it wasn't extremely accessible, so.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome. Okay, which the state of Ohio should work, not OOD, but the Park Service should, they should have that stuff accessible better than they do too. Anything else on statewide? All right, so now we will talk about the University of Cincinnati fresh food selections and, it's not Shake Shack, it's Shake Smart?
Shake Smart.
Shake Smart, all right. Shake Shack would be better. But, all right, so who wants to take this one?
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if, I know Chrissy said that she sent out the site assessment information to everyone. If you don't have it, I can send it out again. You see, they sent us this opportunity. It's a franchise opportunity. that they would like to place in their gym at UC. We did, Tanya and I, we want to go check out the space to see where it's at. It will involve us moving the vending machines, not removing them, just moving them. And, we looked at a couple of areas inside of the gym to where we could place the vending machines. They did try to throw out there that they would like to downsize the vending machines. I said no, that we would like to keep the vending machines. And if we can have them right by the door when the students come in, that'd be really, really awesome. But, you see one of the response by the not the 21st, the 10th of February. And I did tell them that we were having this meeting today to give us more time. I personally feel that it's an opportunity that we should pass. But again, I would love the full committee to let me know their thoughts.
Frank, yes, I was going to say,
If we waive this, one of the things I wholeheartedly believe we need to start doing with waivers, but UC is notorious for doing this. They put crazy hours in these type things, and yeah, I understand with Shake Smart, I think there's some other issues there, but even still, with any waiver, because many years ago, UC wanted like a sandwich type operation out of UC Claremont, but they wanted people to work from like the hours from about 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Well, they eventually got Subway to go in there, and Subway was open from like, I don't know, 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. And,
we have okay. All right, go ahead.
But anyway, if this is waived, we need to put specific language in that waiver and in any waivers going forward that says if any parameters change, they need to send it back to us. And I don't know if we're legally allowed to put that in there or not, but we really need to try hard to do that, because what they do is, they give us ridiculous hours, and then they'll go to Subway or somebody else. Subway will say, nah, we'll do it from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. And UC's like, oh, okay. But for us, they'll say, oh, you need to be open from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. at night or something, which is insane. And most of that time, you're not going to make any money anyway. And it's not just because it's Shake Smart. I think we honestly need to start doing that with all the waivers because of the way this stuff is written and presented to us from the beginning. Because they do write it in such a way, but people, this may not be popular, but I wholeheartedly believe they write it in such a way to try and keep our program out.
Agreed.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
and if this is an opportunity that we are going to waive, I again can work with the local, when it comes to providing that waiver to make sure that we have, important language that Frank, threw out there that's in that waiver.
Madam Chair,
yes, sir.
why don't we just find it as a non-suitable? I mean, if UC is asking us as a new opportunity, then obviously it's different than what we already have there by UC's own admission. So when it comes to state colleges, both parties have to agree that it is suitable. So why don't we just find it non-suitable for a shake machine?
Madam Chair, and I think that's why I'm bringing it to the committee. If the committee finds it suitable, okay, who do we have that's willing to operate, this franchise opportunity? But I, again, would love to, give UC, something.
My concern with, I get what you're saying, Seth. My concern with going that route is right now, we have considered the University of Cincinnati as a suitable site. We don't parse it down to the individual spots, individual sites at the University of Cincinnati to determine site suitability. We have an agreement with UC that says it is a suitable site for vending. So I don't know that we want to get into the business of saying particular things are unsuitable. as opposed to, and I know the thing about the waivers aren't really in the law and everything, but to try and make it into different parts as unsuitable, I have a problem with that, because what we open up then is if another building were to open that wanted pure vending machines, then the University of Cincinnati could come back and say, well, we declare this building as unsuitable through the joint decision. Right now, because it's one agreement, one suitability, they're not allowed to do that. We've already made the determination that the University of Cincinnati is a suitable site for vending.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
But that also then means they can't have any vending in those new buildings. For Frank's point, UC has repeatedly done this. I mean, Digital Futures, they wanted a snack bar 12 hours a day. They wound up with donuts 2 hours a day, 3 times a week. They are notorious for doing this. They're notorious for it. I don't understand why we allow UC or any place to tell us exactly what we have to have there. As in, you have to have a Farmer's Fridge, you have to have a Max Pizza, as opposed to, we want this, we want a fresh food option provided. So this whole idea of Shake Shack, you have to sign this contract, I don't even think that they're legally allowed to do that to begin with, or that we have to accept that. So the argument that they can come back and say that a building is unsuitable, okay, then that building is unsuitable and they have to deal with their students for not offering things at that building. But if they ever want to offer anything at that building, they have to come back to us.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And I mean, I don't have anything to, add when it comes to the Shake Smart, but I would like to throw out there the fresh food. So UC did.
Let's do one at a time. Let's deal with Shake Smart first, and then we'll get to the fresh food. Yes.
Orville, do you know has anybody, what the franchise fees are with, what is it, Shake Smart? I haven't seen numbers, and you may have sent them, I may not have seen them, but, or do you even have them? I'm not being.
Madam Chair, I do not know.
And honestly, I'm not sure when entities like, the University of Cincinnati is a state agency, and I'm not sure if the rules are different for universities per se, but boy, it sure seems to me that them asking for a specific thing doesn't go along with the RFP type quote things and all that, but I could be wrong with that. We're like when we do the rest areas, when we've done the secondary rest areas, we're not allowed to put an RFP out or just say, we only want Coke, because that excludes Pepsi or anyone else from bidding on it. So I think that's kind of funny that they're asking for a specific thing, unless they already went through the RFP process, and they should have done that either before contacting us. So I don't know what they're doing here, and I could be completely off base. Maybe they're allowed to do that, but it seems kind of funny that they are.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Tanya just put in the chat that she has some Shake Smart information, if we can allow her to
Yes,
share.
Tanya. You're muted, Tanya, if you are talking.
It's Christy. Christy has it right up here. It was part of the assessment. I've got it. It was part of the assessment. The requirements for this Shake Smart have 5 years experience in the operation of restaurants. Sales from this specific location cannot exceed 20% of total sales in restaurants from your portfolio. Upfront payment made does not exceed 10% of net worth. Licensee has assets exceeding $6,165,000. The cost of the space is estimated for the build out is $350,000. So that's another consideration. And I hear everyone saying that, again, that, this is UC possibly having other, I I think these colleges and universities hear from other colleges and universities, or these vendors reach out to them saying, hey, we can offer this type of service. And then they, UC, does bring it to us saying, hey, we're interested in this. Are you guys interested in doing this? And if not, let us know. And I think that that's where we're at. They're trying to provide a service for their students, and they're trying to compete with other colleges and universities. And, you know, I think some of them might be successful, some of them might not be. But when you look at some of these third parties that we've seen, and I don't know, I did look this up a month or two ago, there were like a lot of colleges and universities throughout the country that had something similar to this, if not the exact same thing. I remember seeing like Oklahoma State University, Arizona, some other things. So that's how I think that the universities are finding out about this, is that other universities are having it and having it offered to their students.
Honestly, I don't see how we can, I mean, we're in no position to move forward with this thing. Shame, but. Well.
What?
There you go, Frank. Get away.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Tanya?
This is Tanya. Yeah. Just, and as Christy was saying, I apologize. I was trying to find the info and then trying to unmute, and Christy beat me to it. I can tell you with discussions that I've had with the food service people, our contact data at UC, you know, their way of looking at things, because they've had mentioned this a couple different times over the year, you know, over the past 2-3 years about these locations. It to them, you know, I don't know how to explain it other than just saying it the way that I'm reading into it. Their answer is, you know, we want to try this, we want to do this, you know, and if it doesn't work in 2 years, maybe we can change the format. So if it doesn't succeed, you know, they just look at it. If it doesn't succeed, it's not going to cost them any money, you know, technically. If we don't do this, if somebody else comes in to do it, you know, if it doesn't survive over a year, 2 years tops, it's money that we didn't throw away. But, you know, they're taking, I'm not trying to make it sound like I'm on their side, but they just, if it works, it works, and if it don't, it don't. But they want this, and you know, if it doesn't work in a year and a half or so, well, then we'll try something different. And I mean, I stated to them bluntly, we can't just throw money away in general just for it to not succeed, and then trying to find a place to put all this equipment or whatever if we purchased it. But I just want to let you know that like their impression that I got was from the information that they gave me was that, you know, if it doesn't work, we can try something different. I'm like, well, we don't have money like that we can just throw away. But that's my personal opinion. But I just want to let you know it's not, you know, it's not coming out of their funds. So if it doesn't succeed, it doesn't succeed, no sweat, we'll try something different. I'm like, that's not a way, they're not looking at it from a business sense.
No, we understand that. Thank you, Tanya.
And Madam Chair, my bet is they want Sodexo to do it anyway. Who's down there now? I mean, you know, Sodexo's down there. It used to be Airborne, now it's Sodexo. So
They would probably do the franchise. Yeah. Well,
And this, Madam Chair, is that the Shake Smart that they want Sodexo to do?
No, I'm saying if we waive it, then Sodexo will pick it up because, you know, they're a big company.
well, I don't see that we can take that on. I don't even know that it's
Not
a
if we have to have
feasibility.
$6 million or whatever it was, that's okay.
So,
But Madam Chair,
Yes.
if we were to not pick this up and do, what we would do, a waiver? Is that what we would do?
Yes.
Can we put stipulations
Yes.
in that waiver to make sure that in case, somebody else may be interested, another operator later on down the road, or?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I believe all waivers should have a time limit on them.
And Oracle is already committed to working with the local committee, and then honestly, I'd like to see that too. If you send it to the full committee, to see the language on the waiver, because that is something that does need to be addressed, that when they change the parameters of what they're asking for, that does change, our decision-making process of waiving it. The hours, frankly, the great example of the hours itself, but, and according to Tanya, they're willing to, maybe in a year and a half, if this isn't working out, well, maybe they'd rather put a non-name brand little snack shop in there or something we could do. And wouldn't have those same things. So that, definitely, if they change the parameters of what they're asking for, that should nullify any waiver that we gave.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Would we be able to put in there that they can't sell the competing, like we got vending machines in there? Can we put that in the waiver, that they can't sell anything that's competing directly with our operator?
We have put that in waivers before. The problem we've always run into with those, and I don't see why we couldn't put it in this, is the making them comply with it. The compliance of it has been a nightmare. But some places do. Some places will. They say that's it, and they will comply.
And Madam Chair, I think we have a lot of bookstores and convenience stores and stuff down there that do sell competing products already. And I think the Farmer's Fridge was even trying to do it at one point.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Farmer's Fridge is doing.
Oh.
Farmer's Fridge on their menu does have things that could be considered competing products.
Madam Chair.
Their general menu, yes.
I literally have sour cream and onion chips
Yes.
in a vending machine right next to a Farmer's Fridge where they're selling sour cream and onion chips.
You sell sour cream and onion.
Okay. So, do we need to have a motion?
Madam Chair.
You sell sour
Yes.
cream and onion.
Also, just so everybody's aware, we are now voting to attempt to, they would like a vote to attempt to waive something that we're going to allow UC to move our machines from the position they are now to put a third-party machine in. And then because it's a horrendous deal, we're not going to accept it. But yet we're still going to allow our priority to be moved to the side so that UC can put in a machine that's a terrible thing. This is a crap situation because we won't stand up and say no.
Go ahead, Frank.
Now I'm confused, Madam Chair. Is this a machine or is this, I thought this was like a restaurant type thing or something.
Madam Chair, it is, yes, it's like restaurant format, with a counter.
Is this in the gym?
Yes, it's currently where the vending machines are at, that space over there. There's a seating area and vending machines right next to it.
And Orwell, you said that the potential is that our machines could possibly be moved to a better place? And you said right inside the door. Have they agreed to that? Or?
They have not like agreed. We did walk this space, Tanya, myself, and a representative from UC, and we did say if it can be up against the glass, so as soon as you walk in, you see the vending machines.
So that potentially could actually be better, even though the competition there would not be better. But the machine location could, because what I don't want to have is say, okay, yeah, you can keep the same amount of machines, but we're going to put them down in the boiler room under the under the gym. We definitely wouldn't want anything like that.
I don't really like moving them at all.
Madam Chair?
Hold on just a second, Tanya. Yvette?
Maybe we should be securing, if we're considering that, securing that spot of where the machines be moved, because you can say yes, blah, 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 and then all of a sudden they put them off in the cubby hole somewhere. Like you said, you know, it's not visible enough for, you know, the public to access the machines. Because that will further, if the machines are in a good spot now, it could hurt the sales of it's already gonna hurt the sales with this other thing coming in, but it could further hurt the operator and their sales, if it's not in a prime spot. Because obviously, it sounds like if they're next to chairs and tables or whatever, it's in a prime spot right now.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you want to go to Tanya first, she was waiting.
Yes.
but I'd
Oh,
like
I'm
to go
sorry,
afterwards.
thank you. Tanya?
The machines in question are facility 49, and that's my old facility. That's the facility I had prior to Dave Bergassa. And where we were looking to where we were considering moving the machines to is where they were originally before they remodeled that area in general. They did some remodel work on the rec center. And where we were looking at, and UC I think was in agreement, is putting them back to where they were, which is right inside the door. There used to be tables and chairs right there, so as soon as you walk in, the machines are pretty much would be the first things you see, from what I understand. I didn't see them, but you know what I mean. But they would go back to the original space where they were, and they did very well there. In the area right now where the machines are, I know there's some benches right in front of them. And I think for loading purposes of those machines, those benches can't be moved. I think they're cemented to the floor. So obviously they would be taking that out. But the area that was proposed to move the machines to is the original area. There's a cutout for the space, and it is in direct view of the doors. It's right inside the doors when they first walk in.
Okay. Seth?
Yeah, my question is, with this new space that's right inside the door, I believe Orville said it's right next to the window. Is this going to cost us any more money to buy new machines for chilled ones? Because obviously, put vending machine in front of a window, you're going to have melted product. Especially you see in the summer when no students are there and they turn the AC off.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Tanya. Tanya can.
Okay, Tanya.
I was gonna say, I haven't done the modernization order yet for Dave, but he'll be done, in October. If not, the next round of big equipment purchases, but knowing that this would be coming, I would work with Dave to make sure we had the right equipment. That's not, to me, that's not even something we need to worry about, because I haven't done this modernization yet, and this would definitely take precedence. Going to him and say, okay, what machines do you want? Which ones do you think need to be chilled? And if it gets moved by the windows, I don't think the windows are going to be a problem, because the wall that these machines are on face the southwest. They are right by the window, but I don't think they don't get any direct sunlight.
Madam Chair.
But if they would, like I said, either way, buying equipment is not a problem, because I haven't done this modernization yet, and we would take that into account.
Yvette?
Tanya, but I'm just concerned, how can we secure to make sure they're getting moved back there, and not just them having us believe, you know what I mean? Wouldn't we want to make sure that's the spot before we give them an answer?
Madam Chair, I believe I have a very good rapport with the gentleman that at UC that assists us with the vending portion of our contract, and his name is Dave Green. He is there's been many times where he's been on our side, basically, and has gone to tell UC, listen to them. Now, UC doesn't always listen to them, but if I tell them, this is where we want it, this is why, and unless you give me other reasons, that's where I'm gonna put them. And in this instance, because the space is there, the electric's there, nothing else is there, I can really push for it to go there. And just be very adamant about it. And I think I'd be okay with it, since it's also something that they want done, unfortunately, kind of like a compromise. They want this so that we get that.
Okay, so we need to decide if we're going to waive this. We either need to vote for it, against it, or if we're silent on it, then we just kind of leave the bureau hanging on.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think that we need to vote we've left so many things up in the air at UC that we need to get something accomplished there.
Are you making a motion?
I'm making a motion to waive the
Shake Smart? Move.
Shake Smart opportunity at UC. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Any
That was
more
Sess?
dis- Mark.
Mark.
Is there any more discussion?
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
we're waiving something that we don't know where it's gonna be, how much it's gonna cost or anything. We have numbers, and again, Farmer's Fridge, I had the BE and the area manager at that time tell me that Farmer's Fridge, I'd have to make my own salads and put them in the machines, and that's why we should waive it. So, I mean, where did the information come for the Shake Shack that we've been quoted here today? Is this just provided to us again? And is the information we're getting even real? I mean, it's just, it doesn't make much sense to me to waive something that we don't even have a clear understanding of what it is. Again, I was under the impression it was a vending machine. I learned I was incorrect today. I mean, I'm sure everybody else has learned things today, and we're planning on waiving something that we don't even understand.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Yvette.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your suggestion? Because we gotta do something at UC. We gotta start moving on some stuff, making some decisions. So what do you think is our best? What questions, because we gotta have an answer. We gotta come back to UC with something. So what do you suggest that we need to do?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Again, my suggestion is to find it unsuitable, because a ice cream parlor in the gym, probably unsuitable.
And, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So if we find it unsuitable, then that means that we're telling them that they can do whatever with that, because that's literally what we're telling them, right? Steph, wouldn't that be what we're telling them? They can do whatever they want with that space if we find it unsuitable. But that's part of the gym, so that it's suitable because we're there. We have machines there. So we find we can't just say we find this space unsuitable. Because if we say it's unsuitable, we're saying the whole gym is unsuitable, and we're in that gym. Would you say that?
Madam Chair, no, I disagree with that idea that I think that a vending machine selling pop is not the same as a counter service selling ice cream. I don't think you can conflate those two and say that one covers everything. That's my standing on this. We need the individual thing needs to be decided as opposed to the entire building. Yes, pop and snacks are in there. We're selling pops and snacks in there. I agree with that. My thing is, it's unsuitable to have an ice cream counter there. It's unsuitable to have a pizza machine in a building that only has 40 people in it. That's my thing. We need to be more clear and concise on suitability for the individual opportunity as opposed to the overall UC. If we say no Shake Shack, that doesn't mean that we say UC shouldn't have any vending.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can we have counsel to speak on this? Are we able to do that if we say this spot here is unsuitable? Even though we're already in the building? I mean, when we say a site is suitable, we're talking about the building itself, not just a space in the building. I need clarification on that.
Do you want to answer, or you just want to? No? Okay.
I'm assuming that would be your counsel that you want.
Oh, okay, well, they won't know.
Madam Chair?
So,
Madam Chair?
yes, Tanya, and then I'm gonna.
Just quickly, I think typically with Orville and I's discussion, we usually specify that the Shape Smart concept isn't feasible for us at this time.
Yeah, and I believe that using the word unsuitable, and I'm no attorney, I don't even play one on TV, but I don't believe that's the way we want to go. I think that opens up things to saying that, you know, this building, this university, I think that makes a legal issue. And yet we can find out more about that, but I don't believe that's the route we want to go. Because it's already been determined suitable. We've already said the University of Cincinnati is suitable for a vending opportunity. And then it is up to everyone around to decide what that vending opportunity relates to. So individual pieces, I get queasy thinking of trying to turn down things and calling individual things as unsuitable for the reason that Yvette just mentioned. Well, does that mean the gym is unsuitable? Does that mean something else could be? So anything else on this, and then we're gonna do the vote. Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Dean.
Just a thought. You know, Aaron Hopkins brought up about the ice cream machines today. Is that a possibility, or it has to be a counter thing?
I don't know if that would, I don't know. I don't know
Okay.
if that would satisfy what they're asking about.
Right.
But, you know, we're gonna put in the waiver if anything changes.
Right. It just popped in my head because he talked about that today.
Good thought.
Mhm.
All right.
Madam Chair, can I
Yes,
ask you
Yvette,
one more
and then we're
question? Can we find out, I mean, the difference between the waiver and finding it unsuitable? What's the language? I mean, what would be the appropriate language? Because, you know, my concern still stands, that if we say unsuitable, then they can take and run with it. But, you know, I'm just trying to see what would be the proper language to use. And in the past, what we've used, just the waiver, to say we waive that opportunity with stipulations. If it changes, they gotta come back to us, like you said.
Yeah. I think that's, any other, okay. We're gonna call for the question. Frank?
Madam Chair, can you have it restated, please?
Oh, okay. Christie, would you like to read back the motion?
So this is, are we going to be deeming, Annette moved that the,
Yvette.
excuse me, I apologize. Yvette moved that the site at the University of Cincinnati Shake Smart ice cream concept be deemed unsuitable.
No, I'm sorry.
I apologize.
Yeah,
let me.
it was that we waive the.
That we waive.
Yes, and
the,
that's very important.
That we waive the Shake Smart concept.
Is that your motion?
Is that what your motion is, Yvette? Yvette, it's Yvette.
The Shake Smart
yeah,
concept at the University of Cincinnati.
Chris.
Mark, is
Yes.
that how you understand?
And Mark
your
would second it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, my apologies.
That's okay. All right. Frank?
Debating if I should vote on this or not. This is Dave's facility.
What?
I said I'm debating if I should vote on this or not. It is Dave's facility.
Got it.
Yeah, I think I'm going to do that.
Okay. Mark?
Yeah.
Steph?
No.
D.
Oh, man. I don't know. I may have to exempt myself. I just don't, I'm going both ways.
What do you say?
To waive it. So the decision is either to waive it or just kick the can down the road, right?
Yeah, and I guess the Bureau will decide then what to do with it, I guess. They're gonna have to give them some kind of answer.
All right. Okay, I don't want to waive it, no.
Yvette?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Okay.
So it is 3-2.
3-2.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Next thing is the fresh food concept.
Fresh food concept, okay.
Orville?
Yes, Madam Chair, so UC is asking for us to provide fresh food. If Farmer's Fridge is no longer going to be at certain sites. So that's something that, again, I need to give them an answer if we're going to provide fresh food or not.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If Farmer's Fridge is doing it and the business isn't there and they're pulling out, the university is turning to us going, well, you guys can do it even if you lose money. That's ridiculous. I don't know what other people think on the committee. I'm interested to hear, but that's at least my initial reaction to that.
Yes, Yvette.
Well, they're not talking about, they're just what, like prepackaged stuff? I mean, what do we, when you say fresh, I mean, sandwiches?
Madam Chair, yes. They would like fresh food, sandwiches, salads. I do want to mention that if we are not able to provide it, they can get with dining services to be able to provide the fresh food options.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Where?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
so far it will be in the robotics room, so.
So, Madam Chair, so the robotics room that we just opened, and Farmer's Fridge is already pulling out of it because it's not making any money? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Madam Chair, and I can get more information, but Seth, Farmer's Fridge is not going to go into Marion Spencer because they are not making money at Market Point. So that's the reason why UC brought it, to us.
So what is the question before the committee? Whether we should do fresh food? Yeah, because, without the operators, first of all, without the operators' input, I mean, I'm with Frank, to me, it doesn't seem like a smart move. If Farmer's Fridge would still be there if they were making money. So why would we go and invest in buying, cold food machines and refrigeration and all of the things that an operator would need to put in there? Or if Farmer's Fridge couldn't do it, why would we do it? But is that what the committee's being asked? Because the committee can't answer that. We're not gonna force that on an operator.
Madam Chair, I honestly think that's something that, and as I sat here and think about this, I need to talk to Patrick and Dave and Seth and everybody at UC and Chris Edmondson before a decision like that is made, and need to hear input from everyone. And I think last I knew, Farmer's Fridge pulled out of UC Claremont too, and that's been quite a while.
Wave.
Madam Chair,
yes.
What is the operators know the traffic in the buildings and that type of stuff? I mean, that's,
And Madam Chair, one of the issues at Market Point is they put these machines in, it's supposed to only be swiped after 6 p.m., but, and I've heard Dave talk about this on many occasions, the door is locked during the day when people don't always have a swipe card with them to get through. So why did they put it in if they're going to lock it off and not allow people in there? That makes no sense.
Right now, I'm thinking, I don't know that the committee can answer this question. They can take it to the operator and have a good talk with them. If they don't decide on something in a reasonable amount of time after all the things have been looked at, then you move on and tell them, no, we can't do it. the committee, we don't have the authority to tell operators, you have to start selling fresh food. And I don't think we should, it doesn't sound like it'd be a smart move anyway, but that's not for us to say.
No, but I mean, you know, Madam Chair, if they're interested in it and they want to try it, I don't have an issue with that. But I think UC is, the problem is, where we run into an issue is, yes, Sodexo they can do stuff like that because they don't care if they lose money. They'll just add it onto UC's bill some way, somehow. The same as Airhorn did.
Right.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
I must point out that we as a committee just told an operator at UC they can't sell ice cream because we just waived an opportunity without talking to the operator. But now you don't want to do this one because we can't tell operators they have to sell fresh food. It's the same question. It's just a different product.
I'm sorry that it's not the same. Having a full ice cream counter with the stipulations that were put in there, the $6 million assets and the $350,000 investment and all of the things that would come to fruition to do what they were asking is not the same as popping a vending machine there and putting ice cream sandwiches in it. You know, we can sell ice cream. If an operator wants to sell ice cream and we think that's a good investment for the program, let's throw a frozen food machine there and do it. They're way two different things.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if I can just state, the Shake Smart is more of a snack bar and not an ice cream counter.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
That's what I thought it was too, so that's why I said for a snack bar that they were trying to set up.
Madam Chair.
And that would have to be manned.
Yeah, correct. It would have to be manned, and it's a bar that would sell shakes, I want to say avocado toast, and things like that.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I agree with what both of you are saying, and I understand that a counter is different than a vending machine. But what I'm saying is that we just waive something without even taking the opportunity to decide whether or not we want to even offer ice cream machine or anything else in place of this, because we're saying that they can tell us a specific entity that we have to use. But yet you're sitting here saying that we can't say fresh food or not without talking to the operator, because we can't tell an operator what specifically to sell. We're allowing UC to tell us what we specifically have to sell, but we're not doing that ourselves. So I don't understand how we're separating these, because it's the same thing. At the end of the day, it's telling the operator what they have to sell. And by the way, I agree with you. We shouldn't be sitting here telling operators that they have to put in a fresh food machine. That should be up to the operator. I agree with that 100%. But I feel the same way about the shake counter thing. But only the shake counter thing alone, because we're done with that one.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Have the operators there been approached with there that's on to see if they would be interested in? Remind me, do they have storage or anything on this university?
Madam Chair, no, they don't have like storage that you will find at some of our other facilities.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
I operate mainly out of cabinets at UC.
Okay.
So I do not have a storeroom at UC. I know another operator, I believe they have a small storeroom that they've had for years, but in general, no. And UC's working on, they told us they're working on that with the new RFP, or whatever it's called, sorry, Bureau of Grant Agreement.
Okay, so anything else on the fresh food?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Orville had tried and did have a meeting scheduled with Just Bake, but shock, they canceled. And they haven't rescheduled, so I'm sure he's trying to get something rescheduled with them. There is a meeting set up, meeting scheduled for this coming Tuesday with Max Pizza, so over Teams, that should be interesting. And then the other thing that's one of the things that Orville and Dave and I did talk about a little bit was the Just Baked issue down there, because Orville had shared with us we kind of went through some of the items that Just Bake would sell. And we did talk about maybe trying to get, put in some frozen machines and just, if the operators wanted to, put in frozen machines and just carry some of the same items. They just wouldn't be ordered from Just Bake. Now, I don't see would be open to that or not, because they, like Christy was saying earlier, they have it in their head, they want this one specific thing and nothing else. But it's a service we can still provide, they just don't have the Just Baked name there. So, don't know if the committee has any thoughts on that, but I wanted to throw that out there.
My big worry with all of this is obviously the logistics of it, the storage.
Yeah.
Having frozen storage, a
Yes.
space to store, receiving deliveries of frozen products. Is it even something that, and that's, like I said, once again, for the operators to think about and the program to think about. Is it worth the investment? Is it something the operators can do? As far as receiving and storing frozen product and transporting and all of that, or is it something we turn over? But until people actually talk to Just Baked, that's not something we can. I know the University of Cincinnati is getting antsy about an answer, but we're trying our part. We want to meet with them, and until they meet with us, we can't answer that question. Now, once we get our questions asked and answered, if and when that happens, then yes, UNC deserves an answer on that. But until our operators know what's expected of them, what the program looks like, and they can, and our program can make an informed decision, we can't do anything about it.
And Madam Chair,
Yeah.
if I can add to that, with my contact at UC, she did say that, we don't want Just Bake, and they would like to, provide hot options to their students. What are you going to, what can we provide? So, and that's how, I threw out to Sarah, us providing a frozen machine and adding hot pockets and stuff like that they provide the microwaves. And she wasn't against it.
Right.
And that's how, again, the fresh food option came. She was just like, hey, we want to provide this to our students. We don't really want them leaving the dorms 2, 3 o'clock in the morning looking for food. Are you guys willing to, provide this? So.
Well, same thing. We've got to see if the logistics even can be done. Would we have storage to store product? Do our operators have the means or the desire to transport frozen products? Or fresh, obviously things that need refrigerated, potentially hazardous thing, having the food licenses and all that. Is that something that's even, to me, my own personal thoughts would be it wouldn't be anywhere near worth it. But they might see enough potential there that it could be.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
We're talking about putting where would we be putting these frozen machines, for example, if we did do it in the dorm, you said, or where would we?
Madam Chair, yes, in the robotics room.
Is that accessible to, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with campus.
Madam Chair, it's the one that they mentioned to where like you need key card access. It's the Market Point and Marion Spencer locations. The operator will be able to access it.
Madam Chair, they need the customers to be able to access. It's the one that they said is locked out.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, yes, and the students can access it with their college campus card. And I have shared it, Madam Chair, with our person of contact at UC, the whole thought process on adding all these key card access to like every door just to get to the robotics room. And she did say that, she would, talk to her team. She can't guarantee that anything could, change with that, but, we had talk about it.
So, Madam Chair?
Yes.
So they have to go through other doors to get to that room? Is that what you're saying?
Madam Chair, yes, and they would use their key card to swipe into those doors. Yeah.
Madam Chair, but there's other things around there that they could go to as well, as close to that? I'm just, see, I'm not familiar, so I'm sorry I'm asking all these questions.
Madam Chair, and I know Tanya can, if she still wants, she can probably speak more to it. There's like, you would have to walk like probably a few blocks if you need to go to like a gas station or something. But you see, their approach to me, they want the students to stay in the building. They don't want them to have to leave out to get something hot or something fresh.
Yeah, well, push comes to shove, I don't know that we can, and I think this is something you need to talk about with the operators. Look at the logistics. I don't see what the committee can input on this today.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Is it possible that we could have you and the vice, you and Frank can maybe have a talk to the operators and see if they're feeling, so at the next meeting we can, about having it, because if UC would offer some storage areas or something, because they would need something to be able to, haul and stuff like that.
Madam Chair, this is Tanya.
Yes, Tanya.
What did Yvette, I think, so for the market, for example, the Market Point location, they were requesting the Just Bake, and they did offer locations. They said, once we find out what's going on with Just Bake or whatever the case may be, they have offered us freezer space to be able to supply the product to the machines.
That's something to take into consideration.
Madam Chair?
Well, I think what you said, Yvette, Frank and Dave obviously can talk to the folks. I'm always available as there if they'd like my help with anything. But they're very capable of talking to the operators and knowing that, in fact, Dave's one of the operators, so it makes it, and then Seth is as well, who's impacted by this. So, I don't know that there's anything else we can accomplish with this today, unless, Orville, you had something more specific you.
Madam Chair, we can table it, to the next OVRC, but I would like for, by that time, and I can get with the consultants to have more talks with your operator, I can get with the local. But if the decision is not made, I would love for us to be able to say, we cannot either provide the fresh food or the hot food.
Right, well, and I don't even know that this is an OVRC issue. I mean, normally it wouldn't be. It's just because of the issues that you see in the past, I think is why it's elevated here. Normally, if a grantor goes and they say we want fresh food, the consultant, the operator, everyone gets together, decides whether it's a good plan or not, and they say yes or no. I really don't know that this would be any different, that everyone would just say yes or they'd say no. The only thing the committee would be kind of involved in is if, it had a large financial impact on the program. What is it, Frank, 5,000? I think it was, that was, not 5,000, 50,000, 5,000, one machine. So that if it had a large, that it comes before the committee if it's a large investment. But normally this is something that would be done at the local level. Now, like I said, I recognize that UC is unique, that we've had issues with that, but at some point, somebody's got to decide, do we want to do this or don't we? And if the operators say no, then you move on until you see no, and it doesn't even need to come back before the committee.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Seth.
We already said yes, and we provide fresh food.
You did say yes.
We've already said yes, and we provide fresh food, and the people that provide the fresh food said, we're not making any money here, we're gone.
Oh, you're talking, okay, farmers.
That's the whole issue here. They're asking us to provide what we're already providing that is proven not to work. And regardless of whether or not they want their students to go out of the dorms and go get food, the machines are there. They have the option now. They're choosing not to use them and go outside the dorms anyways. So regardless of what we put in the dorms, Most of you went to college. Most of you understand being 19, 18, 19, first time away from your parents. You're out till 3 o'clock in the morning just because you can.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So Steph, Just Bakes, it's a frozen food and what, familiarize, tell me a little bit. I mean, because I'm not sure what exactly they do. I haven't been in to use.
Madam Chair, I don't actually believe we have any fresh Just Baked on campus yet. I was talking about Farmer's Fridge with the salads and them pulling out. But I
Okay.
believe Just Baked is a frozen machine that bakes the things on order.
It is.
But, Madam Chair?
Yes.
But if we put in a frozen machine, that would be low risk. If everything is frozen, you don't think that would be a low risk to the operator? Because it stays frozen until they use it. You could buy some of anything frozen these days. TV dinners, this, that, you know what I mean? Just throw it in there. You're really not losing anything because the machines stay frozen unless somebody comes and do something crazy.
I would think the worst part for the operators would be not the waste, because like you said, they are frozen. The receiving, transporting, storing. And there sounds like there might be a potential for some kind of storage option. But receiving, transporting, storing, and then you also need another food license for those machines, things like that. I just, for frozen, now fresh is a whole, I mean, you got a whole waste issue there. And Seth, Frank first brought it up, and Seth's right. The Farmer's Fridge isn't making it there. I don't know why we would. That just, to me, it seems like a no-brainer that we wouldn't want any part of that. But like I said, that's for the operators and the Bureau to talk about. Okay. Anything else with this? Okay. The next one, it doesn't get any fun. We got the Building 21 at DSCC. They're up to their old tricks again, in another cafeteria. Same as in Building 20. And they want to move our already established micro market. But Sally, is it you?
Madam Chair, actually, Derek was the one who said we needed to put it on the agenda, but I don't know that he's here.
No.
I can provide an update.
Okay. And then Steph, if you have any input.
Yeah, feel free to chime in. So they came to us in December saying they wanted to open a cafeteria. They wanted that service for the people in the building. They gave us a deadline of January 31st, and I believe this was talked about at the January meeting. And I guess no decision was made at that point. They extended the deadline until February 14th, and we asked for another extension so that we could talk about it at this meeting, and unfortunately, they said no. So what happens now is they will put out an RFP, which we will have a chance to bid on, but I mean, they're moving forward with it. Sarah did meet with them last week and toured the different spaces with the SCC and the operator. And they have found a spot, it's the old credit union, where we can move the micro market. It'll actually be closer to more people in the building. And that spot was chosen specifically because there are 4 offices off of the credit union that the operator can then use as storage, which is good news. But yeah, so they'll put out an RFP for that cafeteria, and we'll have the chance to bid on it like everyone else.
No, we're competitive bidders, it goes to us.
Right.
Yeah. If we want it, yeah. If we
Right.
want to bid on it, and Randolph Shepherd still does apply.
And we did offer it to the operators. I believe our open food extraordinaire, Yvette, was approached about it as well. Unfortunately, no one's wanting to run it. It's I guess 6:30 to 2:30 operation. And it's a lot of work and a lot of money. We would have to purchase the equipment as well. So it's just kind of an update.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Sounds like that's a done deal, which is understandable because we have no paperwork that gives us the right to be in the space that we're in now. If we move, which we have to, the Bureau has to get in writing that we have this space. This space is ours. We do not have to move it when they decide that they want to throw an ATM machine in there in 2 years. How do we get that to stop all this jockeying? Because it's fine. It's their building, and if we don't have paperwork that gives us the right to be in the space we are, they can tell us to move at any time. It's terrible, but that's the state we're in. We need to break that cycle. So how do we start with this one, with breaking that cycle, where we have ironclad, this is the space for our vending, this is the space for our micro market, and it's no longer just a, we want you to move, so get out. Now it's a discussion. How do we do that?
Absolutely. Something Yvette has been beating on
for
for years, that we, and it has been years. And I was smiling when I was saying it because it has been years, but it's not a funny matter. It's actually a very serious matter that we do not have a permit. Sometimes we need to, and Seb's absolutely correct. We tell them we're moving in this spot, but you need to sign a permit, period. Or we're not moving.
Yeah, there we go.
We're staying right here until we have a signed permit.
And Madam Chair.
Yes.
Seth, this is something, again, we've been working on for years, is trying to get a new permit, because the permit we have is from, I think, 1999, when Yvette was in a completely different spot than she was when she left. And so that is something our legal continues to try to get, but we can definitely reinforce that.
So we can't move until,
We have a
move
permit.
until a permit's signed.
Yeah, there's nothing that says we can be in this spot, so how can we move to it?
But there's nothing that says we can be in the
That
spot
we're
we're in
there.
either.
But we're there.
Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Frank, are you?
Go ahead, sir.
Recognized? Okay, I agree. But I think this is the point where, no, we stand up and we say, no, that's fine. We will move. We will move. We will not fight it. We will not do any of that once the permit is signed.
Yes.
Once you give us permit for every location that we have on DFCC right now, once we have updated permits on all of this, then we will move this one. We will happily do it. We'll bring, I'll go help them.
Madam Chair.
Just to get it done.
Yep. Madam Chair, I 100% agree with Seth. The one good news I heard out of this is they're not trying to push her back upstairs on the third thing.
Right.
That is a good spot where she is, but I can't imagine, I know those offices, there used to be director, a bunch of other people in those offices next to that credit union. The only issue, you know, with that open food cafeteria opening and stuff, it is competitive. There's really nobody in the building after 3 o'clock. You know what I mean? Everybody's heading out. So, you know, the micro market is going to make, mostly making money during the day. So with that cafeteria opening, it is going to hurt business for Debbie.
It will. It will have an
So,
impact.
you know, it's just, but I think that I agree with Seth. We gotta stop saying, well, can we and will, you know, we gotta put some teeth behind what we're doing at DSCC. It's been going on way too long. We missed opportunities, especially during the pandemic, when they wanted us to do something, but we definitely have to do something.
Yep. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Frank.
I don't know what we could do. I don't know, I mean, I just feel like there's a lot we can do, but I wish there was some way in which we could help the current operator running the micro market there, some way to protect her sales. The only thing I will say, I think this cafeteria, unless a whole bunch of people end up coming back to work there, which that could happen, but I still don't know that this cafeteria will be long-lived.
Right now with the federal government, we don't know.
Right.
They're either gonna make them all come in and everyone's gonna be
Right.
millionaires, or they're gonna fire them all and no one's gonna make anything. I mean, we don't know. We just don't know right now what's gonna happen. So, but yeah, it will impact her sales. So, It is.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion that BE program will have a signed permit in hand for the new space for the micro market before we move. Before we agree to move out of the space, we will have a signed permit for the space we're moving into.
In a second.
You bet. I
Okay.
will second it.
Okay.
Can I make a friendly,
Motion.
Yes, ma'am?
yes, that we include all of the,
The contract.
the
Update.
full contract, yes, we do not took that specific one.
Let's,
I'll second hers.
Okay.
Friendly amendment to that? Okay, any other discussion?
Madam Chair, it's
Yes,
Christie.
Yes, Christie.
So we can provide them a permit, but I can't force them to sign it.
Then we
So I
stay
don't know how I
put.
can, I don't know how I can possibly agree to a motion that we can't control.
But we can control whether we move our stuff. And we will happily, Steph's gonna get us cart and bring and help. We'll be happy to move there once we have the signed permit. That we do have control over, whether we move our stuff out of there.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
we found this site suitable, and we're there in the, why can't legal do more? Why can't we take them to arbitration? Why don't we have any standing as far as, we're in all these buildings, we're providing, we wasted this money setting this stuff up, and at the end of the day, the operators are the ones being affected. What can the Bureau do?
I'll take it a step further, and this is something we probably should have done before now. You know, they are in violation by not having a permit with us. We could take them to arbitration over their refusal to sign a permit, an updated permit. A lot of things have changed since that permit that's in place has come around. So we can force them to sign a permit. It would take probably 10 years through an arbitration, but at least it would be something.
Something in the books,
Madam Chair,
exactly.
Yeah.
If that's if we take that to arbitration, couldn't we have an injunction where they can't force us to move or something? Something has to be done. 26 years, and me, myself, 17 years on there. It has to be, we have to have more teeth to our program when we are being jockeyed around the way we have at DSCC.
Right. No, I agree. I don't know that it'd be up for the lawyers and all that, so that's someone way smarter than me to figure out, but I don't know if we would get an injunction, but it's something we could throw out there, that's for sure. Anything else?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can we get an answer or something from the Bureau of what we just said, of their thoughts, instead of silent?
Christie pretty well said that she didn't think they could do it, but.
Well, she said they can get a permit, but what about getting this contract update? It is in violation. What are their thoughts? I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'm sorry, Ms. Chair, I didn't hear the question, sorry. Can you repeat that?
I was saying, what is it, Madam Chair? I was saying, what about getting an injunction or whatever, because they're in violation of because the contract needs to be updated. We're doing business on there that's not in not in the contract. Is there some other maneuvers, like we said, taking them to arbitration?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I think what we can do is we can take back with the motion and everything, and we can go back. It's not, remember, the contract is just for if we were running a cafeteria. So we are looking at a permit, and they have had the permit. So I think, yes, we can put pressure on them to do the permit. I don't think that, I'm not a lawyer, and I can't speak, we can't make threats that we're not going to go through. I don't want to make threats. Also, I don't want to harm our existing operators, but I think we can put some additional pressure on them to say, we need a permit. There has been a lot of this movement, and go from there.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Christie, in all due respect, our operators are already being harmed. And I think that this is what we're trying to stop, is to ensure that their job and their, you know, of what they bid on is what they're getting.
Right, we do not want, I'm sorry, we do not want, you know, Debbie to be moved into the old credit union, and 6 months from now, they decide they need a credit union again, and to move again. That's what we don't want to see happen. It's just happening too much.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
That is exactly what happened when I went in. They came in and asked me to move my store downstairs because they couldn't get a company to come in. Then when they got a company to come in, I went back upstairs, and then they said, that company stayed 3 months. Then they came back and said, well, we need you to move back downstairs. And then that's when I said, I won't do it unless I'll be there permanently. And I've been fighting ever since to get that permanent space and updating the contract. No, never happened. Never happened.
Okay, so we have a motion.
Okay.
To not move until we have a signed permit for our entire operation out there at
DSCC.
Question, Frank,
Yes.
Mark,
Yes.
Seth,
Yes.
Dean,
Yes.
Yvette,
Yes.
and I say yes.
Madam Chair, did
Yes,
somebody second that motion before we did that?
Pardon me?
Did somebody already second it?
Yes, you did.
Oh.
That was in fact. I thought it was in fact.
Yes, Frank.
I would like to make another motion.
Okay.
That if they can, well, I'm trying to think how to word this, but basically, what I want to say is that if DSCC is non-responsive within like 30 days and just goes silent and refuses to, that our program takes them to federal arbitration.
Okay, is there a second on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And who was that? Who seconded?
Yeah, Frank and Seth. Okay, any discussion? All right, we'll call for the question. Frank?
Yes.
Mark?
Yeah.
Seth?
Yes.
Yvette?
Yes.
I say yes. Okay.
Take
All right, anything else with DSCC?
arbitration.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Julie?
it's me again, Margaret. I only want to say something very quick. I was there when we got Ohio State. I was with Steve and I was with Lisa. And you can catch more flies with honey than you can with vinegar. And I'll tell you what happened. The lady, even though Lisa and I were sitting right there, said something extremely derogatory, not just about our program, but about blind people in general. Steve did not get angry. He simply said, oh yeah, I know what you're saying. And then he started on a really good thing. He said, look, I know my operators, you don't. And it wouldn't be fair for you to make any decisions about people that you don't know. And he sang our praises and promised them to have good work done there, or we would remove our operators and replace with someone else, that we stand by our people, we make sure they do what they need to do. But he said some really glowing, wonderful things about our people in our program. And I guess that's where I'll leave it. It's just that you can catch more flies with vinegar, or with honey, than you can vinegar. And that we are awesome people. Now, people need to know that.
Absolutely.
And Madam Chair,
Yes, Frank.
I will say with DSCC, I think what we were trying to do is give our state licensing agency, through this committee, some ammunition and some negotiating power. To say, look, we can avoid, that now I hope Christie and the director, they have some stuff to say, look, DSCC, we don't think you want to probably go through this. Let's avoid all this. So, anyway, I hope it works. But we at least have to get them talking to us, because right now they're just ignoring us for the most part.
There you are. Okay, we have several things still on the agenda, a bunch of facilities to talk about what to do and some other odds and ends. It is getting close to 20 till 12. Everyone want to break for lunch and come back about 12:30?
Yep.
30.
Sound good? Okay. We got a whole bunch of facilities and sites to talk about what to do with. I think we can roll through most of these. It says what to do with the following sites and facilities. We got the OSU Automotive Center. Is that here in
Madam
Columbus?
Chair?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, it is here in Columbus. Juan is temping it, he's been temping it since March of last year. And he asked for it to be put out as a site announcement. He said he would put in for it. He currently only has one vending machine.
I think that one's a no-brainer, place should be a site attachment. Anyone think different? All right.
Madam Chair, we're putting it out as an attachment.
A site attachment, yeah. All right, OSU Mansfield, Worcester, and
University of Akron, Wayne.
University of Akron, Wayne County. And then I think John mentioned something about Salem would be part of this too. Do you know?
I don't know that this one would be. This is kind of far away from Salem.
Okay.
These three aren't a facility, they're sites. But we can either put it out as a grouping of the three sites or individually. It doesn't matter to me.
My thoughts would be part of them, part of them's in I would say individual, but go ahead, Frank.
That's what I was gonna ask, how close are they geographically? I mean, roughly, I don't need.
University of Akron, Wayne County, and Worcester are not, they're all in a line, basically. Just almost 30, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's doable as all three together, but you're right, maybe if somebody in Mansfield would want.
I would say put them separate.
Okay.
My thoughts would be, and someone might bid on all three and get all three.
Right.
But I would think they'd be separate. And yeah, John and I talked some about the numbers. My hope was if there's something we can throw in, make it into something, but they were too far. I couldn't see any way to make that into a facility. Okay. Circleville Youth Center. Who's that?
Mark.
Oh, Mark.
He loves it.
I've been tipping that. I said he can put it out. I'll bid on it if nobody's interested in it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
what was the sales on that? I didn't see any.
Gross, Madam Chair, gross sales for 2024 since Mark's been in there has been $5,691.80. And
That's a year.
he's been in there since June of last year, so, yeah.
Okay, that's definitely a site. There's no facility.
Currently 2 vending machines. Mark, I don't think, did we add the other vending yet?
No, because it picked up during the summer there for a minute, and then it went back down again, so it's been riding down for a little bit.
So Madam
That's a
Chair, we
site
can-
attachment.
Okay, site attachment.
Ohio National Guard Woodlawn. Did I write that? Did you write that?
I think I wrote it. It
I was
was
gonna say, I don't
1059 or something, I think.
Oh, you did the number, okay.
I just made it the name.
Okay, oh, that's good, okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Keith is running that, but we do ask to put that also out as a site announcement for an attachment. BTOA since April 9th, 2024, 3 vending machines. Gross sales for 2024 since he's been there was $4,000.
Okay. Yep. Sounds like a site. Okay, now it's facility 426 Lorraine County Community College.
Yes, Madam Chair. So, since this agenda came out, the consultant and I talked, and we actually talked about putting Lorraine County Community College with Tri-C Western to make it a stronger facility. Lorraine County Community College on its own for the last fiscal year was $136,000. And we really only have July through December for Tri-C Western. It opened during the summer. It averages about $7,800 a month. So it was like $47,000 for the half, yeah.
How far apart are they?
Guys, in this question, I don't know. I can Google it, but I mean, it's
They're
kind of in a triangle
Okay.
altogether. I know we increased some of that. I can look that up.
Now, Uber Eats. Shake up your shopping game with deals. Speech off.
Okay, and there probably is not at Tri-C.
No.
Okay, that makes no sense then.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Are both of these being temped right now?
Lorraine County Community College just became open because Christopher Douglas took facility 398, which is a rest area, and then Tri-C Western is being temped by Jeff Squibb.
Okay, so they're available to be combined?
Yes. We thought it would make a better job than.
And we, I agree.
Madam Chair?
Yes,
I think that would be great, because that's what we need to do, try to increase the sales, increase our locations to bring their income levels up. That would be good.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just logistically, who tips it?
Which?
If we combine them to a single facility and put it out, who temps the facility until it's bid?
Do we need to temp it, or?
Christopher's still temping LCCC, right?
He has not transitioned into the rest area yet.
Is he? Yeah, okay, so he's
I
good to
think
stay
that's
there
happening next
until.
week.
Okay, but is he still good to continue running LCCC?
Yes.
While it's out for bid,
Mhm.
okay.
I'm sorry, no, Madam Chair, I was
Yes.
just curious about 3 operators being involved in a single transition and the headaches that may ensue because of that.
I know. Yeah, no, I'm okay either way.
Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
We did that, it was kind of like that on the base, even though it was all in one location. The consultant pretty much handled it really good. I mean, we did the one transition with the one operator one day, and we did the other transition, and that was combining 2 locations. So, and that's a seasoned consultant in that area. I don't think she'd have a problem doing it.
Ace consultant.
Yeah, I think we're,
And they're about 25 miles apart.
okay. Okay. Yeah, that's good. I know we have people that want to work, so.
Mhm.
I believe, I thought it was.
In Cleveland.
Very much so. Yeah, so, that's good. Okay, what about? Oh, yeah, facility 515. That was Dave's facility. Cuttingham just passed away. Go out as is there anything around here, or? I know there was talk about Meigs, was it not Meigs? Yeah.
That is. When was that? It's not open yet, but it
Right.
will be. And
Madam
if
Chair?
not, we've got somebody to temp that.
Oh, do we? Okay.
Yeah, but Meg's is opening. It's projected the end of April.
Okay. How far away is it from 515? I mean, is this something we could put with it, then we wouldn't have to worry about
Potentially.
trying to find someone permanently for Meigs County? Or maybe we don't want to do that if we need Meigs County to put with other things to make another facility. I just spitballing. Yeah, I don't know.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Meigs County is what, another rest area?
Yeah, that's one of the secondaries.
Uh-huh.
Coke was running it, but they just remodeled it and we're gonna take it over.
Uh-huh.
Well, actually, I don't know if Coke was running it or not, so. No, no one was running it, but they just remodeled it. And we're gonna put machines there.
Madam Chair, who got the template, salary? Okay.
Who would temp
No,
Meigs County?
who's temping Montgomery? You said you got somebody to temp it until.
You mean Meigs County?
No, the Montgomery where Dave Cunningham passed away. That's who's.
Oh, his is Guernsey County.
Oh, that's Guernsey, I'm sorry.
And he has Washington State Community College and a couple ODOT locations.
I'm sorry.
And his family has agreed to temp it while it's posted.
I was trying to see, I thought you said someone was temping this one we were talking about.
No, somebody's willing to temp the Meigs County rest
Okay.
area if we want to do that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's better to put it with 515 to put out for bid, and we're not concerned about it too much, or if it would be better placed with other Southeast Ohio secondaries as we, to go ahead and temp it and then have it still in our pocket if we need it for.
It looks like they're about an hour and a half apart.
Oh, that's far, okay. Yeah.
90 plus minus.
Okay, it's not a good fit then. That's a long ways to go for just that secondary.
But if somebody wanted to make it a site attachment.
Right. If we decide to put it out as a site attachment, that could be something you could bid on.
So are you okay with
If
facility?
515 as is, I think so. Everyone good? 515 as is?
And last, Mark, are there other places in your OSU, Newark, Coshocton, Pascagoula? Is any of that?
Close to that?
Yeah. Okay.
No, that's not.
That's out in no man's land.
Okay.
There's not a good way.
I'm not good.
Yeah,
with
Marietta is
geography in my mind.
Me neither.
Marietta is far. It's like Youngstown. It's like way. Okay, so put that one out the bid. 823 Youngstown State.
Yes, Madam Chair. Larry Danflus was just awarded Facility 481, which is the Belmont County rest area, so Youngstown is now available. I think it's a really good job for somebody. I don't know that we need to add anything.
No, it's already pretty cool. Okay. Everyone good?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, let's get some
And-
movement going. Get work.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I just want to ask Sally, do we have an exact date when Larry will transfer in yet or not yet?
The Belmont County rest areas, I think, are set to open March 10th.
Oh,
So he
okay.
we'll install the equipment probably week after next and then
Okay,
can transition him in, which there's no product, so it'll be a really quick turnaround.
okay.
He said he'll temp Youngstown until somebody else is ready to take it over if we want him to.
Okay.
Good, that'd be a hard one to get a temp in. That'd be one of those, if we had to find a temp, we'd have to let him be there for a minute.
Right.
Yeah.
And if anybody takes it over, Mark's brother is willing to work it.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Did it for Larry.
Oh, really? Huh.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I do have a couple other sites
Okay.
that's not on the agenda.
Okay.
The first one would be Marion Spencer. We would like to go ahead and post that as a site attachment. The person temping it with everything going on at Right Path.
okay,
She asked to be released from that.
okay.
And I know Frank and I, we had a little talk about it, and he's on board with us putting that out there. Right, Frank? I'm sorry.
Yes, that's correct.
Good.
And I wanted to post it for week.
The other one, Patrick, who he asked to release a couple of sites from his facility, the EPA, that we would like to go ahead and put that out on the site. Announcement, Patrick.
Okay, I assume these numbers, I know that one would be a site, and EPA, I'm sure is a site, yeah, okay.
It's a site.
Yeah.
Now, Madam Chair, I would
Yeah.
say when I had that, when I was there was all kinds of construction many years ago, 2008 to 2011. That building was under massively doing a lot of construction, so the construction workers were spending a lot of money.
Right.
Patrick told me as soon as the construction was done, about 6 months later after I left, there really wasn't too much money left there.
Oh, yeah, construction workers are great. Yeah, and I don't know how well EPA will undergo a DOGE either, so that'd be one of the things.
Madam Chair.
Okay,
Madam Chair.
yes.
About Marion Spencer, that is a robotics room, correct?
Yes, it's like a marketplace.
So are the numbers we're receiving, is this to bring home for the operator or is it the actual sales of the robotics machines?
Madam Chair, for Marion Spencer, we don't have any information. I mean, we do have our machines in there. There's a glass front Pepsi, and then we have 2 snack machines. But the room is not operating.
Okay, so there's no robotics in there yet?
No.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
One more.
Okay, no problem.
So for facility 701 Right Pad, coffee bar plus vending, that Trent Tribble is currently temping for us.
Yes.
Nobody put in for that facility. I did talk with the local, and we do have someone who is in training.
Yes.
And we would like to host that once they get out of training and obtain their service safe certification.
Mm-hmm.
The community is okay with that?
No, I'm absolutely for that. 'Cause
Yeah.
nobody, I mean, let's put a trainee to work. If there's someone who's interested and wants it.
And you bet I was clear with that, right?
Yeah, we're holding off on posting it.
Yes, hold off until we have somebody, so that, she's almost licensed, isn't she? Isn't she pretty close to?
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
yeah, she only has a couple more hours to do, and then we're just waiting on the reports.
Okay.
But Madam Chair, she would need to have going in her safe serve manager's license. And I didn't know, Lindsay, that would be something that we would be interested in doing. You can do that.
Yeah.
They have to do that to get the license.
No, they've got a food handlers, but the
okay.
manager's license is different.
Oh,
Handling
okay.
open food. But it's something that I think that we should be doing as an upward mobility, offering that again. Because those of us who had our license, like to keep up in case, we were needed or something like that, or even if I decide to do something like that.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
That is, if you guys get a serve safe recertification or whatever, just send it to me and I get you upward mobility. I can doing that.
Okay, so we gotta, Madam Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
We used to do it
Oh, like have it
as an
last
upward
year?
mobility, yeah, and Cynthia Lee had a proctor that would give us the tests and all that years ago. I went out and got mine with the health department, but, if there's a way, because do you have the disc and all the updated information that we can get if we wanted to do it on our own? 'Cause Cynthia Lee provided me with a disc with the updated book, because it changes every so many years.
Yeah.
So operators would need that in order to.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I can look into that for sure.
I think that we did used to do that every so many years.
Yeah, we did.
Offer it to anyone that just wanted to come and take it. Sometimes the trainees, if they could do it and, already licensed operators could do it for mobility, so. That's great. But yeah, I think everyone's good unless someone presents otherwise. We're holding off. Is Trenton still good with temping it for the time being?
Madam Chair, yes.
Okay. Good. All right, any other facilities, sites we need to talk about? Okay. Transitional inventories, documentation, and communication. Frank asked for this.
I did. I was contacted by Seth. Seth was going through a transitional inventory. And I think there was some, I don't know if I want to call it confusion or whatever, but I think he got account sheet, which I think he agreed to do a day later, but he did not get any official, like a letter or official notification of the time or, what was due when or anything like that. Now, he did get it on, I believe, February 7th. think there was an initial issue with that needed to be fixed. That got fixed. But they were, as I understand it, they were trying to start the clock from, and I'm sorry, Seth, I don't remember was it January 29th that it was sent to you? It was sent to you on the 28th, and you signed, you agreed to the count sheet on the 29th. I think that's what you told me. And then on February 7th, I guess he was talking to the consultant, and he was told it was due on, what, the 21st of February or something?
Yes, sir.
And I'm like, wait a minute. And one of the things he and I discussed was that count sheet is an official notification, and that doesn't start the clock, not in my mind. I said they needed to actually send you the letter telling you when the MOR was due and, you know, when everything is due, because it's a closing inventory. And you know, that was Seth's point in calling me. And now I will say, it did get fixed. Seth did get Orville involved, and I believe it got fixed. But Seth's concern, and it was a legitimate concern, and still is, was, hey, what if it was an operator who was fairly new and didn't know the rules or hadn't been reading the rules and things like that? And I said, well, yeah, maybe we need to have a discussion about documentation, communication, you know, making sure everybody's getting the right documentation at the right time and as the dates line up, and so that management, the consultants, and even the vendors are all on the same page. And Seth, did I forget anything there?
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just, no, it was pretty complete, right? So just real quick overview of the timeline. We did the closing inventory. I had a question. There's a couple things on the inventories where one single line wasn't counted, and then there were some Minute Maid juices that were counted as Minute Maid pop, and they have a different price. So I wanted to get those corrected. So I sent that to Tanya. Tanya corrected that, sent me the new one. I was waiting for the new operator to agree to the inventory. And that's what I was waiting for to start my 21 days. So when I talked to Tanya a week later and said, have you heard back from the new operator? And she sent me a letter that next day that said, my time had started a week before. And I guess to go to that grievance,
Yes.
there needs to be, in my opinion, and I hope everybody agrees, there needs to be a form, what they send out to us, and that needs to be the start date. Being sent a single piece of paper that says this is the count, and do you agree to it or not? I don't believe that should start the time, especially when two people should do it. So we should be getting something that clearly states, here's your final inventory. You have 21 days to file your MOR from this date. And something Frank was also skipping over. I was sent the email on the 28th. I agreed to it on the 29th, but my time started on the 28th. So it shouldn't be when it is sent, it should be when it's received. Because if we're doing people who want it mailed in Braille,
Right.
do they have the mail time? Is that counted against them? Or is it when they get it, physically receive it?
Agreed. Or if you had an issue with it and didn't agree to it on the 29th, it would have been a problem with it, an error of some sort.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
And that is, some of that, it does go with, to my, getting things consistently, where in the format someone says, oh, this is the way we always done it, when I can show you 2 or 3 emails, and actually found one after my hearing, that it was not sent to me in that same format. So that's why I didn't know, you know. So you can't expect operators to adhere to something that is not consistent, not, you know, easily accessible and that kind of stuff. So I think that that's something we might need to be talking about, that has to be put in the rules or something too.
Absolutely. So what is the general idea? Is this how it's been? It's been almost like a transition. I don't know, but has this been the general thing when someone gets the count sheet? That's what is happening? I don't know. Sally or Christy or?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is Amy.
Yeah.
So generally the process as a transition happens, the consultant gets that wholesale amount, and then the outgoing operator doesn't have to sign off on it. It's just the incoming So the outgoing operator is supposed to receive what we call an extension letter, and this letter spells out, you know, here's your ending inventory, this is your due date, like your MOR is due 24 days from here, here's what to expect on receipt of your MOR, like you're gonna get your closing packet and service charge for set aside invoice, your inventory statement, and here's where you can send the documentation. So that's what's supposed to be happening, and obviously if that's not happening, we can definitely have a conversation with staff. If that letter is not working for you guys, certainly let us know and we can try to come up with something else. It is a standardized letter that everyone is supposed to use. So we do have a process, we can just make sure that it's being implemented.
Madam Chair.
I don't think you heard yourself.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just to clarify, and I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus, I did not receive that letter until like the 7th. But like 7 or 8 days after my time had started, according to the letter. So I got the letter, I believe it was on the 7th, but my time had started on the 28th.
Madam Chair, I think the intent of the letter is when it is sent, that is when it's alerting you your time is starting, and you have 24 days from that time. Again, thank you for bringing this to our attention. It's definitely something we're gonna look at with staff and our process. We do have a checklist. We have our staff complete on both the consultant and the administrative side. So if there needs to be something that we look at to verify that that was sent on the right day, we can.
Anything? Oh, go ahead.
And I was going to say, Madam Chair, if there's anything we can do to help make sure it's moving better for operators and for the consultants, if there's a better way or a more efficient way to do it, I think everybody should, you know, as long as it's getting done and getting done correctly and is in line with the rules, I think everybody's good with that. But that one was just, it was a little weird, and it wasn't, you know, throwing, like Seth said, not throwing anybody under the bus, trying to fix this so that it doesn't, you know, run into a problem where we run into it again and again or something. And we may not, but the issue was, let's try, and the point of this, putting it on the agenda, I think my point and Seth's point was, let's get this fixed and let's get the communication and documentation, what's due when and how and all of that type of stuff.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I would like to speak on something to ask Amy. Amy, which I'm very glad that we're sending invoices in separate emails, but is there a standard invoice that covers inventory? Because that's the only time we usually are, inventory or set aside. Is there a standard invoice that you all can create that would just be titled invoice, you know, inventory / set aside, whatever, and it's posted on there? I know that it has to be in separate checks. It can be spelled out on the invoice. You know, this is amount for inventory, this is amount for set aside. That way you get 2 emails instead of 3, because I know that the general announcement that was put out said you could get up to 3. But I'm just asking, it's an invoice, so you know how they make a standard invoice and we can just put that, is that possible?
Madam Chair, I would think so. The invoice that we use for set aside is generated from our system, and it has some stuff at the bottom of like where to pay and your due date on it. We could ask IT to add some stuff to that, like this has to be paid on its own check. And the same thing with the inventory statement. The inventory statement is a form that we could change very easily. The set aside, with IT involved, may take a little bit of time, but we can definitely look into that.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mark.
Is there a certain allotted time, once the transition, you've inventoried out, to have your paperwork finalized and done? Like state's part?
Yeah, I was just getting ready to add that part.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So it used to be in the rules, I think it was 15 days from the date of transition. I know what you're speaking of, and I'm working through that currently. But yes, that's the expectation that I've expressed to our consultants, is that's still the expectation, that it's 15 days from the date of transition, but I do know what you're referencing.
Yeah, because I know mine was turned around like 30 days, so I don't, it took place at the same time that one did, and I don't understand it.
Yeah.
Right, the one I noticed, if we're talking about, they want to spend since October. Okay, all right, yeah. It's the same one. Yeah, that needs,
Yeah, I was working on that this morning, actually.
Okay.
before the meeting.
okay. Any other transitions questions? Yeah, oh, that's a cool idea. Operators being certified once they passed away to the union. Frank?
Seth had asked me to put this on here. Seth called and asked me a great question, and he's telling me, I guess, the selections that Dave Cunningham did pass away, that, you know, that when someone passes away, they're no longer an operator, so they can't be involved in the selection. Seth's question to me, and Seth, please correct me if I'm incorrect, was if they're no longer eligible for a selection, then how can they be certified to the Attorney General? And I said, I'm not qualified to answer that question, but we can certainly ask that question and see if there's an answer out there and go from there. And Seth, do you have anything to add to that?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, it's basically, Mr. Cunningham was, his proper application, turned in on time, everything he needed was turned in, and he had passed before we did the bid. So he was not considered because he was considered ineligible by a voice vote of the majority of the selection panel. So if we are not, as operators, upon our death, if we are no longer eligible for any of the great benefits of this program, why are we still eligible for detrimental things? Why are we charging people who are not eligible to receive anything under 3304? I honestly believe we should not be, we should just take the loss. We should look at these operators' families, and we should say, we're sorry, it's terrible, some of you are caregivers, and you've spent the last 20, 30 years, and now you have nothing, because the source of your income is no longer here. We're gonna come in, we're gonna take the inventory that's left, we're gonna pay you out what's over, and we apologize. But to take these situations and these caregivers and all of this and throw them to the wolves with especially when we're actively talking about wiping out inventory anyways.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Chair.
Oh.
Go ahead, Christy.
So I hear you, and I know you come from a good spot, Seth, and I think for the selection, I mean, yeah, I guess we could have scored him and then obviously can't get a hold of him, not to be, funny, but for the debt, here's what I will say about the debt. We've always certified people who've passed away because they were part of the program, and then it goes to their estate. And it's just like if, just like any other thing where if, something happened to me, they would get my mortgage. But not only that, let me take it a couple different steps for you guys to consider. One is like, even when we do the benefit check, we will pay an estate out if someone worked for their benefit check. If they don't owe us money, they would receive that. We have asked the AG whether or not they, if they want to be informed if someone has passed away, not to no longer pursue that. Also, the family can always say, we want to settle, or that they don't have the money. My fear is, and again, if we solve this inventory process, that solves a lot on the transition. It solves a lot on certifying, because I think like 95% of what we certify is inventory. Even if, let's say, hypothetically, we solve the inventory, we're still gonna have to have that in our rule, because we don't want people to leave the program owing set aside. And then if there's no consequence like that, like we had someone pass away a couple years ago, their set aside for 1 month was $3,500. when that is, and they paid it, like, wonderful, they paid it. Like, God forbid anything happened to our Troop Diamond contract operator. He paid like 11,000 and set aside for 1 month. That's like 40,000 match. I wouldn't want, and I don't think, and I'm not accused of it, I wouldn't want anyone to have permission either to say, well, my person passed away, so therefore, we don't have to pay this. The other piece of it is, and I need to do some more research, is I don't know if we've got our rules, but the state too has rules on like state monies due to the state. Can we just wipe it out, forgive it if someone passes away? We've already asked the AG this. I unfortunately don't have the answer for today's meeting. And Sally, I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
Madam Chair, no.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm not talking about anybody in the program that just decides to stop working and not pay their bills. Obviously, their license is still with us. We can do it even if their license is suspended or revoked. I'm strictly talking when it comes to the death of an operator. And if we wipe out all our inventory, we're just taking something owed to the state and wiping it out. So obviously we can do it. So why we're arguing over this point, I don't understand, especially when I'm strictly talking about when someone dies in their position. That's where I'm at.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
And I agree with Seth, and I think that I always hear, this is the way we've always done it, this is the way. I think that if there is a way to do that, especially in this situation when somebody passes away, to not burden their families, I believe that it is, I don't think that it's in the best interest, of the, I don't think that'll take much away from our program. We're talking about the death of an operator. We've lost several this past year, We're just in the, February?
I think that absolutely that we can look at when we talk about the rules, assuming there is no state, higher up thing. And Seth's point is right about, we're talking about getting rid of the initial inventory debt. But right now it is a debt considered on the rules. So I don't know if the state has the ability with our current rules just to forgive it, but it's something we can absolutely look at. And they might, yes.
I'm sorry, I agree with what you're saying, but I disagree that the estate of an operator cannot operate under 3304. They cannot, so
Right.
they are not eligible for the benefits. They should not be eligible for the harm. That's all I'm saying. I don't think this has anything to do with our rules, because I think our rules, 3304 ends upon my death. Nothing else matters at that point in time. Nothing I've done before, nothing I do after matters. 3304 no longer applies to license 1267, because I am no longer alive. So why my wife or my children or anybody else should have to pay for something that they are ineligible by law to participate in? So I agree with what you're saying, but I think this is outside of our rules. I think this is a Bureau issue where the Bureau can go, this person, there's nothing for us to follow up here. This rule applies to only operators, and we no longer have an operator.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Hold on,
It's Seth.
hold on, you bet. Go ahead, Christie.
Seth, with the inventory right now, I don't want to be, if you were to pass away and you had an overage, we would pay man that overage. We would.
I'm sorry, I'm shaking my head, yes. I agree with you, thank you. I think we should do that, 100%.
I don't see how
If the Bureau takes the inventory.
And not the other.
If the Bureau takes the inventory, yeah, you should pay, if you're taking inventory above what you're owed. I'm just saying that that amount that is owed, that you're not taking out of the facility at the end, just let it go. Sorry for your loss. We're sorry. We understand that you owe another $4,000, whatever. Just let it go. That's my opinion.
Madam
Go
Chair.
ahead, Yvette. I'm sorry.
Steph, you're talking about whether it be set aside or inventory, or only you're talking about inventory?
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
everything. I think at the end of the day, none of our families wants to deal with the bullcrap of the program in 3304 when they're burying their loved one.
Oh, I agree. Madam Chair, I agree totally, but I think what Christie was just pointing out is how can you do one and don't do the other? So that would have to be figured out, because she's saying if we're gonna pay your family over, and I agree with you. My family, they can't run the business, they can't, but we would have to figure out how could you do one and not do the other, which
Madam
is.
Chair.
Yes.
If the BE program takes inventory from a deceased operator and their estate, then they're still operating under 3304 and they have to pay the overage of that inventory. So they're still operating under 3304 because the program is still around. So I think it's apples and oranges talking about going one way or the other, because in one, you have a state agency that is still operating under the law. The other one, you have a deceased individual that is no longer covered by the law or subject to.
Madam Chair, I'm agreeing with you, Seth, because at the end of the day, the Bureau still maintains the facility. Facilities, continue, and they're not going to be out of much as far as, but I don't know the law here.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of.
I think it's something we can look at. I don't know, I'm still not sure if someone can just say, if Christie or Verna or even Director Miller has the ability at this point just to say, I don't know that. I don't know, even if the committee said, hey, this is what we want to do, I'm not sure if it's considered a debt to the state, if they're allowed to do that. It'd be like if someone still owed sales taxes, or if somebody still owed, any other taxes to the income taxes to the state, they still owe it even once they're gone. And I'm not sure if somebody has the authority to. They might, I just don't know yet. But I think it could be worth asking the question.
And Madam Chair?
Yes.
And that you've got more history than a lot of people. But like when, and we want to be sensitive when people die. It's horrible, any way you look at it. But over the years too, it's my understanding, and I even before I got into the program, I heard about a facility up in Cleveland where the families, and including the one that just passed away, they're continuing to run the business right now, even as a temporary situation. They're running the business. And so I think we do need to look at this long and hard when we open up the rules on contemplating all of this.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Under
Because
30.
we don't want to go in and just rip them out of the facility either. I don't want to do that either.
Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Under 3304, the Bureau is allowed in emergency situations to have non-operators run facilities, which is what we're doing with Mr. Cunningham's site right now. So you're still operating under 3304. So none of the things you're bringing up are outside of the rules, in my opinion. We can have, the Bureau at any point in time, under any emergency, can have a facility manned by whoever they see fit. I don't know if that's the exact words in the rules, but it's the meaning of the rule. So even if the family of the deceased operator continues to run a facility to help us out, to help them out, to help whoever out, I don't think that changes my initial point of the operator, the people temping the facility are not under 3304. They cannot, they're not legally allowed under 3304 to be an operator and therefore owe an MOR and owe a set aside. I'm glad that they do. I'm glad that we work it out and we get an agreement with the family to continue to run it under the auspices of 3304. But when it comes down to it, that's within our rules. So I don't know how that can be argued against what I'm saying.
Well, technically, and this is where we get sticky on this. Technically, we probably, in all essence, when somebody passes and the family takes over, there probably should be assigned TBOA, even though they're not an operator. There should be some assigned agreement or something. Now, no one wants to do that. No one wants to go shove a form in a grieving widower's child's face and say, here, sign this, even if you understand it or not. So we typically don't. But if they're running it by our rules and there's supposed to be an agreement in place for someone to run a facility. So if you're absolutely right, someone does not need to be a licensed operator to run something on a temporary basis. We've done that many times. Lynn did it for years at Owens when she was a widow of an operator, literally years. But it's a sticky thing, and I think we want to do the right thing here. We just got to do it the right way.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Now that we went on with this conversation, I do have a question for Seth. What happens if we have a family member running one of these locations, somebody deceased, and then they take all the money out of the business or whatever situation? What do you, how would you think that, because what you're saying, if they're continuing to run it, it's still the responsibility of the Bureau to make sure that that facility is secure. So how would you think that they would handle something like that? You know, if we're saying, because it does get into the weeds on stuff. I mean, now that you continue that conversation, if the thought came to me.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I guess my response to that would be, let's hope that wouldn't happen, but if it does happen, you have all legal ramifications at that point in time at the disposal of the Bureau. I technically they might not have to pay set aside because their set aside is only for a licensed operator running a BE facility. That's our rule.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Another aspect, it's not just our rules, this falls under the revised code as well. So I'm pretty sure the revised code says any amount is payable to the state. It doesn't even reference if you're part of a state program or whatnot. It's if there's an amount owed to the state and it's not paid on time at 45 days, then it's going to be certified to the AG. So even if we put in our rules that, I think the only way to get around this is if we had no due dates on anything at all, and that would not work. But if there is a payment due date and it becomes late for the revised code, we're obligated to certify that to the AG. The amount, like when we certify someone who's passed away, we are certifying that person and it ends up being their estate. Or sometimes the family just goes ahead and pay it before it gets to that point, but I don't think that there's any way around it.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
We're only required to pay set aside under 3304 upon the filing of an MOR. So you're not owed anything until an MOR is filed. And if an operator is not allowed to file an MOR, you're not technically owed anything until you have that MOR filed.
Yes.
It's actually in our rules that if an operator isn't filed in a certain time, we can estimate the MOR.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
It's not an operator at that point in time. There's no longer an operator.
It's a sticky wicket, it really is. I think we want to do the right thing, I do. I'm with you, Steph, I get it. We just gotta do it the right way. You know, what Amy's saying is true. I think the revised code does say if someone owes it. So the logical thing to be, if we all decided we don't want someone to owe it, then we have to put in somewhere that they don't owe it. Then that would get around that. Right now, I think it's very vague, because you're right, the rule applies to licensed operators, but yet then when we don't have licensed operators running something, you know, do they pay set aside? Yes, they typically do. I used the example of Lynn Hustwig. She ran Owens Community College for probably it was literally years that she ran it under a temporary agreement. She paid set aside, she filed MORs, and we're happy she did that because we had absolutely no one else that wanted to do it, and we still have that as part of our program today because of her. You know, it helped the program. It was good not to just get rid of it. That's kind of a extreme example. Usually it's for months, not years. But I don't know how to do the right thing and fix this at the same time. I'm with you, Steph. Going to a grieving family and saying, pay us this money does seem mean. And I know it's the government, and I know the Department of Taxation would have no thoughts on it, but we know these folks. These are our peers and our people that we work with, people we've sat around this table with, and all of that. So it seems a lot more personal. So I just would love to find a way to fix this, but we got to do it the right way.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Skip.
Right now, are we, so taking Dave Cunningham, is his wife, are we getting MORs done by the family, or how, or who's creating the MORs?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Typically, yes, the family will do them. Obviously, if they needed help completing those, Kim or the consultant or someone would assist with that. But yeah, I know Sarah's reached out to her, so I'll make sure that Mrs. Cunningham feels comfortable doing them. But yes, typically the family.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Again, I'm not saying we should change much of anything. I think going to the family who are there running it with the deceased operator every day, I think that makes 100% sense to me. It really does. And that family wants to run it and file an MOR and do all of that stuff. That's wonderful. Great. We should do that. What I'm saying is that once an operator has deceased, we should not be sending them to, unless they have outstanding at the time of their, when they have. I mean, you're talking about, 3 days, I just filed my MOR, but I haven't paid it yet. We're talking about after the operator, what I'm talking about, after the operator dies. It's just at that point in time, don't send them over. The AG is here for when I say, screw you, I'm not going to pay my set aside, I'm going to keep all the money. And I'm going to run away to Hawaii and you'll never see me again. Send me. Do what you need to do. But upon the death of an operator, we just let it go. And we can. Because again, to Amy's point, there is no owed money until, well, to my point of Amy's statement, there is no owed money until an MOR is filed to show that you owe money. So if we have nothing on the record that they owe us, then how are we, even if we're estimating, and I understand estimating for someone who just refuses to pay and walks away, doesn't give you any information, that's why it's in there, and that's what it should be used for.
Anything else on this? I don't know. We're going to get it solved today, but it's absolutely something that is on our record and we can ask some questions about. Okay. Schaefer update. I know you all have been having meetings with Schaefer. You just want to give us a kind of a snapshot of how those are going?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes, so every Wednesday, our staff is doing a Teams call with Schaefer, and we're going through the current week and at least the next week, but usually the next 2 weeks of any equipment installs or moves that need to occur. And, you know, if there are any issues with service, we're addressing those. It's just a better way to open the line of communication between us and Schaefer, because we heard loud and clear that things either weren't showing up completely prepped or on time or at all. So we wanted to find a way to improve that communication. So we're just doing that each week, and I personally think it's helped, just so we know what's on the radar and on the plan for the next couple of weeks.
Madam Chair.
I think Seth first, and then Frank.
A little bit of criticism and praise. I had government services. I had my glass front go down. It's one of the new Bev Maxes. It needed a new picker cup. And between the service call from Cameron, where he made it work while ordering the picker cup, from that point to going to Schaefer, Cameron needed to order the part, thought he ordered the part. When it got to Schaefer, they marked it as complete, as if he had already changed the picker cup. So when I called Tanya about it, because it was still down after a while, she went into it and found out what happened. So is there a way to have the operator included on the email chain for the work order and the response to the work order? Because I could have caught that the day of and went, wait a minute, this wasn't fixed today, I still need a part order, as opposed to waiting a week to find out that the part hadn't been ordered because of the miscommunication. So, I mean, Cameron did a good job, came in, worked on it. It's still malfunctioning, waiting on the picker cup to come in. But that miscommunication could be taken care of. In my case, if I was included on Tanya's work order to Schaefer and Schaefer's response on the work order.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I thought we had talked about a process where once a service call was put in, that we were going to share that with the operator. Am I making that up in my head?
No. Madam Chair.
Okay.
Yeah. In defense of Tanya, I got service request entered. So I'm getting that she's entering service request. What I'm saying is the actual form that she turned into Schaefer and the reply from Schaefer as to basically the bill you guys get that says, we did this is what we did on this date and all of that. Can we get
Madam
copies
Chair.
of that so we know? I'm sorry?
No. Go ahead, Steph. Are you done? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what
I
I'm
know
saying.
Frank's wanted the floor, but go ahead and answer that, or
There are times that Schaefer does send us the status of that call, and there are some times that we don't get it. And when we do get it, we do try to make sure we forward that over to the operator. That way they are aware and they can provide that feedback. But it's not all the time that we get the status of that service. But we can share that with Schaefer, next week.
Frank?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think any communication, the consultant, and there's the meetings that should copy the operator on when Schaefer and real estate, and I assume Schaefer replies, when they reply, the operator should already be on there, so the operator can let Schaefer say what Schaefer's doing, and they'll have a general idea, and if the operator doesn't make it clear, they'll still know that machine's scheduled to be worked on such and such day. Just trying to fix this to where the communication is there, like in Seth's case, where he said, he would have been able to see it, make a phone call to a consultant and said, hey, they're saying they've done this, but they didn't.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I did have a question as well. Did we ask Schaefer about when we want to ask a repair question, where we can get to somebody? Is there somebody in the office? Because Cameron and all of them are pretty much out. I want to know if there's somebody we can call in like we used to be able to do and ask for one of the, the tech or whoever they have available to ask. Like the other day we had a light on our coin bank, and it was saying, what did it say? Inhibited, something inhibited or whatever, and we were trying to figure out, turned it off, reset it to get the, reset itself and all that. And we couldn't get rid of it, and actually I still don't think we got rid of it. But usually I used to be able to get on the phone, standing in front of the machine, call Schaefer and say, hey, is there anybody in that I can ask this question of why we're getting this error message on the machine and repair it. I mean, if we can do that, it saves the bureau money, saves us time, you know, service calls. So I think I have that message on 2 of the machines. And the machines are working, it's still working, but I want to know why it's doing it, and, you know. I asked that, I think, on the last, at the last meeting, if when you're on that call, and to ask, is there somebody in the office that what's her name, Tiffany, can put us in touch with, we can ask for that person.
That was something we talked about the last meeting. Was that brought up at any of your meetings?
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
No, but I will like to say, Schaefer, you know, right now, they don't really have the manpower. And I know that, you know, everybody wants to hear that, but I keep trying to visualize, you know, how that would work. Like, yes, if Bobby was still there, you know, the people in the past were still there, that, you know, they'd be there to help. Even when I was at Schaefer earlier this week, it was, you know, they'll run it all over the place, because, you know, we got this project and that project, and we got all these machines coming in. But, you know, again, we can bring that up next week. I can't guarantee that, you know, everybody will have luck at being able to call Schaefer and having them, you know, 5-20 minutes, you know, being able to troubleshoot things at this time because of not having that time.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
By contract, is there any stipulation on how many people Schaefer has to have to cover their BE contract?
Madam Chair, I don't, sorry. Madam Chair, are you okay?
Excuse me.
Seth, I don't believe that's in the contract. I'd be happy to send you a copy if you want to see it. And I was also gonna say, Kelsey Burrier, one of our Northern consultants, is on here and said they get an email confirmation when a work order is completed. So we will talk to our staff on Monday during our regular team meeting and just make sure everyone's doing that consistently as they get those. Because I agree, you know, the consultant may think, oh, it's done, it's over with, but if they're not communicating that consistently with you, you might not get that as well. So we'll make sure that's addressed.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, it will save time, and may save them some, from their tech, since they're so shorthanded for them to provide. And I guess if we address it and put it to them like that, because they could come out on a little simple fix of something they could have told us, told my husband, or told us over the phone. But some of these machines are, with this new technology and some of this stuff that's on here, you know, it's different. So we're still trying to, you know, manage it, but it will save Schaefer's time. And I think if we address Schaefer's in that way, I think that they would be open to it. Because you have Cameron come out and just boom, boom in 2 minutes, whatever it was wrong, but that cost the program, you know. You know, I don't want to call a service call. I mean, that's why I checked to make sure your steam was still working properly, all that. But I do have that question. Why do I have this yellow light, and why do I have this error message on my machine? You know, so I think if we put it in that way, Schaefer's would realize that it's to their benefit as well.
Absolutely is. You know, you take like my facility, it's a 3-hour drive there and back.
Exactly.
And if they could just tell me in 5 minutes how to fix it on the phone, that saves them that opportunity. So it'd be better for them to be able to answer. And they won't be able to fix everything. There's been plenty of time when we used to do that, and I'd call up and they say, well, do this, and it still wouldn't work, and they'd still have to come. But there's been many times where they didn't.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Catherine does send those emails back. I do get those. So
Good.
she's one of them that does, she does it.
Good.
And then Chief, that's a question. If you talk to Tiffany, tell her that you want to talk to a tech, she will forward your number to the tech, and the tech will call you. You just got to make sure you tell her that you need to talk to a tech, and she'll usually it's Norm, sometimes it's Cameron, but usually they call you back rather quickly, really.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Mark, I've done that, but sometimes the tech is in the middle of something, and I've left the location about time they call back, or sometimes I'm at the location later than, and, but I have done that, and, a lot of times they're in the middle of something that they don't call back in time where I'm standing in front of the machine, or something like that, but I've done that too.
Something to bring up and talk to them on the call.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I have one final question, maybe it's a final question, I don't know. John McNamara had asked me to ask, does anybody know what the expiration date is of the Schaefer contract? The actual date?
Give me a minute and I can look.
Okay. I thought it was coming up before.
Yeah. Madam Chair, if I can jump in?
Yes, Steve.
If I remember at our last meeting, we were also got into the discussion with the other companies that used to take care of our machines, like A&A Vending and the one down in Dayton. Yeah. And it was my understanding we were waiting on a date where we could start talking about getting them involved again.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Dean, yes, we had that happen to one of our Toledo operators this week where, the service call was placed on the 18th, which was Tuesday, and Schaefer was saying they'd be out on the 27th to look at his max. And please make myself or your consultant aware, because what I did then is I sent an email to Tiffany and I said, per the contract, you have 72 hours. If you're not able to send someone, I want you to call Mommy Valley Vending to come out for that service call and subcontract with them. So if you are running into those issues where they're telling you it's going to be a horrible amount of time, please let us know.
And on top of that, there are times where I'll hear, I got to get a such and such part for this, and it's going to take 2 weeks to get it ordered. And I know for a fact in the past, I used to be able to call A&A Vending. Oh, yeah, we have that part right here.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, sir.
Is there any way for the Bureau to send out the requirements that Schaefer has? Because I was not aware of the 72-hour response time. Is there any way to send that out so that we as operators know?
Yeah, I'm going to send you that copy of the contract and all. Do you want me to send it to
Just
everybody?
go ahead and send it to the committee.
Okay.
But it's been a while since we've seen that. You would. And did you see what the expiration was? Or did you?
Christy sent me a little blurb and said the effective dates were February 1st, 2020 to December 31st, 2024 with 72 months of renewal.
6 years? Okay. What? That's my Columbus Public School education.
Madam Chair, that sounds like one of our confusing rules.
It does.
Yeah, well,
Madam Chair, it's Christie. So if we want to rebid, if we want to put this out for rebid, we need to know now to tell DAS, and they will start an RFP process for something to be then in place next January.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Amy.
we already renewed the contract to go through December of 2026.
Oh, okay. So it wouldn't be next January. Well, it'd be the year after.
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Okay. Yes.
when was that renewed?
Did we talk about that?
I don't remember.
Sorry.
Amy can't hear it.
When was that renewed? Because I don't remember, may have been before I was on the board, but I don't remember speaking of renewing the contract.
She's looking.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
We could have talked about it, but I'm with Steph. I don't remember us talking. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. But
I agree.
Madam Chair, I thought
When
Christie,
the-
that meeting said next year, meaning 26. 6. That's what I thought. Because we were talking about trying to add other companies and not just have Schaefer by themselves.
Right.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I was just looking at the revised contract after the price increases that we had, I think it was November, we brought that, that they were increasing the prices. So the revised contract says renewal through 2026. I'm trying to find.
But I still think we can, if we want to end it, I think we can, at any time we can end it. We just need to have that conversation now. And I mean, I think we can. Opening it up opens, it's not always a great thing to open up stuff, and I know that people want to have other opportunities, like in other areas. And so I don't know if that is pressuring Schaefer to say, listen, if you can't meet this, you need to subcontract out. Because the problem is, and what happened the last time, and we can do it again, but we tried to even do like regional contracts, but we need to make sure that 88 counties is covered, that all of the counties are covered. And when you parse it out that way, and unfortunately, like area-wide, they refuse to do anything outside like the Dayton, Cincinnati area. And so then it's like, we need someone to ensure that Toledo's covered, that Cleveland's covered, that Youngstown's covered. But we can put all of those needs and wants in an RFP and see what happens. And I'll tell you, the last time we did this, and it was like during the pandemic, our fiscal department, and it's actually DAS who puts this out, but they want to make sure that we're not, at no time can we give, like, we're not giving favoritism to Schaefer. We don't ever want to do that, and we don't. All I want is to make sure that we have coverage throughout the entire state. That is that's the most important thing.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Christie, is there a way that we could have a contract with Schaefer and have a couple of, not necessarily they have to be used regionally, because there may be times regional where we might need somebody other than area-wide or other than A&A. There's a few things out there that probably Schaefer can do that some of the more regional people may not be able to do, but I also think if we were able to do something like that, we would have Schaefer there to make, like your concern is covering every county, which I get that, I understand that, but at the same time to have those other area people that could handle the local stuff so that Schaefer doesn't get so overwhelmed and so backed up. And I don't know if that's possible, and I know that's probably a conversation with DAS.
Yeah, I do, and I think it's a legit conversation with DAS. I don't know how logistically it would work. You know, would like Lucas County or Wood County up in Toledo strictly be another company, or would they be a backup to Schaefer if they couldn't do it? So I think those are great questions, and I think that we can start having conversations with DAS and get the statement of work and all of that together. I'll go back and we'll look to see if, like, can we legit renew it next year, starting in January, and we'll go from there.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I do have a question. Sally, you made reference to, you told Schaefer's that they needed to get subcontracted to another, so they are already working with another company?
Well, Madam Chair, interestingly enough, they were able to make it up there the next day.
Honestly, I think that's where we need to go.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think that's what we need to do. If a reasonable amount of time, then, we need to get a call, or and Sally involved to get it moving, because if they're losing money, they're willing to get moving on some of those things. So I think that's.
Well, and it gives them an out too if they absolutely can't do it, and we're telling them you need to follow your agreement. It gives them another option if they didn't have Norm or Cameron able to get to Lucas County in that time period. Well, then they do have another option. They just need to be able to use it if they can't do it themselves. And our agreement does allow for them to subcontract. So.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Seth.
do we got a date on the renewal yet?
Yeah, when?
Is there a date on renewal?
The renewal that you guys got?
Of when the renewal happened.
Yes.
It looked like, so it looks like they reached out in May of 2024 and told us it was expiring on December 31st, 2024, asked us if we wanted to renew or expire. If we will renew, we usually do it for 24 months at a time.
So,
They do it this early to allow time to gather documents and other information.
so the discussion with the OVRC was between May and December
Yeah. if
for
I'm
the
not
expenditure
for
of
sure.
BE funds.
I do vaguely remember us talking about pricing differences, so there may have been a discussion. I do remember something along those lines. I don't remember if we talked specifically about it. I don't remember that we did it, but I don't remember that we did.
Madam Chair, I'm with
Yeah.
you. I don't clearly remember doing it. That's why
Yeah.
I'm questioning when we did.
Madam Chair, we talk about Schaefer's off and on so
We
much.
do,
It's hard to
but, yeah, the
remember.
contract
But
specific.
I do have a question to ask. So in your next meeting, can you ask Schaefer, or do you, like I said, do you know if they have a company that they can subcontract? And we requested them to do that if they are behind or backed up in order to keep things moving. We like working, you know, I like working with the Schaefer down. They're pretty nice people, but, you know, machine down, money lost. So is that something that can be brought up on the, you guys' next call with Schaefer?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Absolutely, Madam. And just from this particular situation, it helped. It was a veteran operator, and we were able to say, hey, do you remember who used to work on your machine? Because they're far and few between those companies that do vending machines specifically. So I think that's something I want to work on, is identifying at least one or two companies in each area that could do that. I know we've got area-wide and AMA, but looking at some of those outliers, I think would be good. So we've got it.
Not to, Madam Chair, not to exhaust the conversation, because I had a machine on a brand new Bev Max that throughout the holiday, it took them almost a month to get a part in. And it was one of my main Bev Maxes, a brand new machine. It somehow, the picker cup, whatever, it ripped all the cords, the wiring out of itself under the panel. I don't know how it did it, but it took Cameron, it took a month to get that part in. And, you know, I don't know if there's a quicker way for them to keep certain parts on hand, whatever, but through Christmas, holiday and all that, I mean, we didn't get that time to think. I don't think we got that fixed until after the first of the year. I'm pretty sure it's after the first of the year. Does it happen early in December? It was after the first of the year, or in the middle of December somewhere. It was sometime after the first of the year we got the machine fixed, and it was like, parts are always
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I was informed with my thing at Government Services that for some reason Schaefer is not keeping parts for the new Bev Maxes in stock.
Right.
They're keeping parts for the older Bev Maxes, assuming they're going to break down before the new one. So that was the problem I had. They just didn't have a new one in stock and the old ones don't fit.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
that is great feedback, and we will be sure to mention that on our Wednesday call. I didn't know there was a difference.
Yeah, for both. They need it for both. Okay, anything else with Schaefer? We could talk Schaefer. Okay. All right, now we're down to anything else. Yes, Frank.
I wanted to ask this question, and I don't know if we're able to do it or not. We have, the operators down at the University of Cincinnati, the Pepsi distributor down there, that is, I've talked to Dave, I've talked to Patrick, and everything that I hear about this operation from Pepsi and what these operators are dealing with, it's a clown show. I don't know what else to call it, and I'm being polite. But I mean, they cut product they, with Patrick, I know for delivery, they show up kind of when they feel like it, and then he's lucky if there's an order that does come in, or if it does come in, they'll cut half of the order, or $600 or $700 or $800 or $1,000 from the order. They bring in stuff that, which I can understand somebody's going pop ones, but apparently this is an all the time thing. Then the other problem they run into is they put in service calls to Pepsi, and Pepsi is pretty much non-responsive. They'll get to it when they get to it. I think maybe Orville was copied on an email Patrick sent to their sales rep or account manager or whatever his title is with Pepsi about a month or so ago, and the guy responded, and when the response was just basically a list of excuses. There was no solutions there. Yes, we'll get to this or we'll get to that. And then and what Pepsi keeps saying, and even he says this in emails, or get your own service company to fix it. Is there anything we can use in the Bureau Grainer agreement with UC to kind of push them a little bit to try and get Pepsi to start, getting machines fixed and getting machines repaired? And I don't know if there is or not. That's probably a legal question, and maybe something the legal department would have to look at. But I don't know if Sally or Christy or anybody will can answer that. But I'm just trying to find some way to get this company to provide adequate service so that our people can provide adequate service. Patrick gave me a number last night of beverage machines are 60% of his business, but right now, because of all the machines being down, they're only 40% of his sales.
Madam Chair, I'm gonna let Orville speak on this. I know he's had a conversation or two.
He's thrilled.
Conversation.
Madam Chair, I have been working with our new contact at UC, and we did have a meeting with Pepsi, the operators, and I. And a lot of the complaints clearly is new to her. So that is something that she said that she will work on. But I do also want to throw out there that she has mentioned that, hey, I can, apply pressure, but are you guys good? And that's why I've always shared with, when I talk with Frank and Dave that, if I'm going to be applying more pressure to Sarah and the UC, we need to make sure that we're good on our end as far as service levels and stuff like that for the machines that we have control over. But yes, UC is working on that. So every complaint that I get, I send it right on off to her. Just say, hey, can you help with this? Hey, can you look at that? So we haven't had another meeting with Sarah as far as, me sit down with her and just say, over the past month, I forwarded you over 10 complaints. What can we do about it? But again, the conversation that we had with Pepsi, I think it was a good conversation. I think we are going to get somewhere. It's just going to take some time.
Well,
Madam Chair.
Frank, you didn't say?
From the conversation I had, and Orville, that's why I brought this up, the conversation I had with Patrick last night, he said nothing's changed. He still has machines down, probably that even were talked about on that call. Pepsi hasn't addressed any of those concerns, and I thought it was a decent call too, and I thought maybe they were trying to do something, but it seems to be just same old. And I realize UC has a contract with them, they get money from Pepsi, so they're not going to push them too far, no matter who we're dealing with at UC.
Contrary to both Orville and Frank, I was on that phone call, and I thought the Pepsi end of that call was very discouraging. Pepsi was very non-committal in anything. They telling us that the machines that they're bringing to campus, even though we're showing them, these machines are down. I have a glass front machine that has never worked, and it was delivered 6 months ago. It is literally, I have thrown away 2 full loads on that machine. It has never worked. It's never been fixed. I've put in 10 work orders. Last time I came up to it, where they just unplugged it. So the Pepsi is non-committal. Pepsi is not trying to fix things. They really are not. Go ahead.
It was fixed today, the picker cup, but now the fan is out. And it'll be fixed on Monday. Or you want to come quick?
You're welcome.
Wonderful.
Great.
Handle this with UC is, UC comes to us and they say, we want this for our students. We want that for our students. All the pizzas and the Shake Shack stuff and sports and all this stuff. We care about our students. Well, then they need to care about their students' beverages as well. I doubt that Pepsi treated UC like this when they were the ones filling the machines. UC has a contract with Pepsi. They need to be responsible for giving that same care that they claim to have for their students on their other food service ambitions. They need to give that same courtesy or attention to the beverage. That's absolutely it. If it was one of our snack machines that was broke down, they would be calling us and saying, hey, get this fixed. We want this fixed. Our students don't have this available, and they'd be complaining. They need to complain to Pepsi the same way. And we need to tell them that we expect them to hold Pepsi to the same standards that they expect from us.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
according to UC, they did. They
Yep.
did, when UC was running the machines, and I can attest to it. Those machines were half full, those machines were empty, those machines were broke down, those machines were dirty, those machines were never cleaned. UC ran the pop poorly
Right.
when we took over, so under my estimation, at least for me, and I assume Patrick and Dave are the same way, we are running them better than
I'm sure we are.
than UC was. So the conversations for how, are we good on our end? Well, we can only be as good as the product we get. I mean, Patrick's email the other day, I got 4 cases of Diet Dr. Pepper with 14 days. They're shipping these things out. I've had numerous times where they dump my loads and just put them back willy-nilly in them. So I'm picking up a case of 24 pops and there's 6 different kinds in it. I mean, these are the things that we are dealing with, and they may be okay for most people, but when you're dealing with blind vendors who, I pick up one case, everything in the case should be the same. We're running into a lot of problems with Pepsi, and a lot of problems that aren't being taken. Mountain Dew Zero. So Pepsi just closed down their Cincinnati bottling plant, and now we're waiting for things to come in from other places. So they signed a huge contract with UC to supply new machines. There's I think it's 45% of the machines have to be new, and they're not upholding that. They don't have the product in hand for us to get and load, but then we're being talked to about, are we upholding our end? Well, if I have empty Diet Mountain Dew, it's because I can't get it.
Right.
It's not because I don't want to load it. So there's a lot going on here that goes to everything else going on at UC, but Pepsi is treating us much the way they treated UC, and UC didn't have a problem with it then, but we have a problem with it now.
Right.
Because we as operators want to make money. So at some point in time, we're going to have to start talking about working machines, and it's a responsibility of BE for us to have working machines at our facilities. So I don't want to do that. We already have enough trouble with Schaefer. We don't need Schaefer coming in trying to work on Pepsi machines at UC. This has to be fixed, and it is incumbent upon the BE program, because it is your responsibility to make sure that we have properly functioning equipment.
He asked too is, and Frank, you might be able to answer this better than anyone. Other operators that are non-UC getting Pepsi from the same distributor, the same Pepsi, location, are they having the same
I don't
issues?
know, but I can make some phone calls and find out.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's a Pepsi issue or if it is specifically UC because they're, they know they're stuck with them, and
I think it is.
yeah, I suspect that too, but
Madam Chair.
yes.
I know Yvette was trying to get the floor before me.
Okay.
If you don't mind, Yvette, mine's just real quick.
You go ahead.
I also get G&J Pepsi out of Hamilton, and I have 0 problems.
And I use them as well, so.
It's PepsiCo Partners out of Kentucky. It's just,
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'm not sure.
Madam Chair.
Oh, hold on just a second, Keith. Go ahead.
I'm wondering if it's an issue with they don't have that contract business in there. Is it that trying to, you know, kind of make us look bad or something with the UC or whatever, which makes them look bad, really? But is there a way of going over the rep's head and maybe contacting somebody from our program or whatever, somebody's contacting their, because they got a boss. And Pepsi's losing money as well, you know what I mean? Because our operators have to buy from them. But I say all this to say all that to say this. It's frustrating because I dealt with 7-Up like that. I came in and I think I had like 40 cases, 50 cases, 40 cases of pop. It's just, they threw them, they were all over the place.
Watch face.
And it looked like he just picked them up and pitched them in the storeroom and closed the door. And I opened up the door and I thought my husband was lying to me when he said it was like that. And I just politely called the rep and told him, look, I'm not picking this up. Where am I paying for this? You give it to somebody, and they did. The rep came out. Actually, I took pictures and sent it up, emailed the pictures, show what a mess this is, you know. But I just gotta, you know, just stress that we need to make sure that we're always professional when we're approaching. It's frustrating. I know it. I've been doing this for 34 years. I've been there. I came in when we used to do cans, and they dropped the whole load on the dock, and then they brought what they had and dripped all the way down the post office. We get a call, hey, you got a mess up here. You guys got a mess. And it is like, we get in there. We didn't make this mess. It was a mess. It went all, and that's a Coke driver. I mean, I get it, but I just hope that all my fellow operators recognize that we all have to be professional, keep our cool, making sure that we do all that we can, but it is frustrating. Keith?
Yeah, all I was gonna say was the day area distribution that I deal with, they do real good with repairs. You make a repair call, they usually within 24, 48 hours, they're on the spot. But I tried to do, because I have some places in Cincinnati, and I can't even get count started.
Yeah.
I have no idea why. It's sad.
It sounds like we need to get with some higher up.
Yes.
See there, the PepsiCo out of Kentucky, if that's their distributor. Frank, you had something? And then we go.
Yeah, the only thing I was gonna say is, I think that at least the account manager or sales rep or whatever his title is, Matt Merchant, he tells the operators all the time, well, if it's taking too long, use your own service company. And you see, they had their service department guy on that call, if I remember correct, because the operators were getting after them about refurbished machines that don't work, because the service, head of the service department said, all of our refurbished machines come out like brand new. I was telling Patrick last night, back in the 2006 or 7 or something that you might remember, we went down that road for about a year in our program where we used a lot of refurbished machines, and we realized all it was doing was costing more service calls.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
And just to close that out, I'm going to continue to work with Sarah at UC when it comes to Pepsi and everything else. And normally, typically, when Sarah and I, when we do meet, we are talking about a lot of things as far as UC, third-party machines, new opportunities, Pepsi and stuff like that. And she started her position with UC right when I started my position here. So, and we had good talk. We've talked about storage, and she was just like, that's something that she's interested in, trying to give us. She can't guarantee anything, but again, I continue to work with Sarah and trying to get something figured out. But I will also say that one of the Columbus operators, she has a Pepsi branded machine, and I'm working with her because her Bev Max is going down, and Pepsi told her that, if they keep coming out to repair it, they're going to replace it with a stacker. So I do know that Columbus is experiencing some things as well.
We've had trouble in the past. I don't know if it's still big trouble. Kent State, I know, had a lot of issues with Pepsi, things at 1.2. Now, that could have been fixed by now. It could be perfect there, but I haven't heard anything in a while. So it's probably a universal issue.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Orville, do you know who's the regional manager? Have anyone had a conversation with the regional manager?
Madam Chair, I do not know, but I can,
Yeah, I think that would be something that you ask and find out. I think it's probably easy to even find out from here who's the regional manager in that, area or something. Because I think that's who we need to talk to with that, to see if they can make some moves from getting that in shape over down there,
Yes.
Because it seems to be an ongoing issue.
Okay, I had a couple other things I want to ask about, and shame on me for not putting it on the agenda because I should have had this on it. It's just a regular course of things. We talked about secondary highways for some time. Christy brought up she wants to bring that up at statewide, so that's fine. Did we get a renewal of the contract with Cook? Has that been confirmed for the next year?
Christy.
Yeah, Madam Chair,
Yes.
again, remember we had done it for another 12 months.
Yes, so that's done.
And that was, right, so I think when we talked about that last fall, it was expiring, I think at the end of March. So we can start taking that over next year around this time.
Yes, I understand that. We
yeah.
were questioning, the question was at the time whether Coke was going to agree to the extension. So we did. Okay.
They did agree to that extension, but I'm not told DAS right now. They normally contact me this summer to say, okay, what are we doing? I haven't told them that we are looking to not renew it.
Correct.
So, but we can have that conversation, or I can wait until after statewide to have that conversation to say, we are not interested in renewing it, we're taking it all over.
Right, okay. And then Elkton Prison, any updates on Elkton since the last?
Yeah, I'm going to send them an email. I have not yet, but I will send them an email saying that we are requesting a tour, and I would like, definitely, Annette, you said you wanted to go, I think Johnny Mack, maybe Kelsey, Sally, to go on a tour and to tell them that, we would like to take over their vending and their commissary.
I think it was Yvette.
Yvette, yeah. I was gonna say, I'm not going to go.
I thought,
No, it
I
was.
thought Annette, you wanted to go. It was
No,
Yvette that was
Yvette
Okay.
would like to go, and
Yeah.
we'll put that in her capable hands. I don't want to go to
Okay.
Youngstown. They have really good pizza.
Madam Chair.
I'll have an update by next meeting on that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, did Christie have a chance to check? There was some talk about some kind of contract that expired in March of this year, but I don't remember what the contract was exactly for at Elkton Prison.
So, Madam Chair, we did a FOIA request, and we had some information, but we're still waiting for other information on that. Amy, and you keep on checking all the time for that, I know you do.
Madam Chair, yeah, they have a system, I have a number, where I did the request back in, I think it was August or September. They give me an estimated wait time of 12 months, but I had requested the contracts for commissary and vending, and I can't remember what else.
Sir.
They're weird.
That is wrong. That has to be illegal.
So they could try and renew these things before we even have a chance. That's concerning. Well, maybe if people go on the tour up there, maybe we can get some more information.
Yeah, we need to get that
I
done.
would think the contracts would be public.
They won't give them for 12 months. FOIA, they're part of FOIA, they have to be. Well, I don't know what FOIA says about timing. That doesn't seem timely at all. Okay, NASA, have we done anything with NASA? That was the other third one that we were, federal property that we were talked about at some point.
Sally?
Sally.
That's your area, isn't it? You get kids.
No, I know we had sent them.
I thought we did too.
I know we sent them things, but I don't know that they ever responded.
We'll follow up.
Okay, we need some more things then. And we gotta watch this follow-up. Said before, every day that goes by that we don't have an operator running these, it's a day that someone's not making money that should be. And our program isn't making money that should be.
I'm Chair.
Yes,
Have we started talking to the University of Toledo about main
that was my next question.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes, we absolutely have. As you know, they've offered us the Center for Visual Arts, which we're hoping is a good sign as far as main campus goes. But Rick Shantz has taken over the calls with their attorney, John Ribbish, and has expressed we will be taking over beverages this summer. And I know he was funneling that through his channels. Their attorney was.
Right.
So
They have a polling rights agreement?
they do, and I think it's Coke.
Okay, I think it is Coke too.
I think they're putting out a new RFP in March.
Okay.
And we are going to provide them, we're going to provide them language to provide in that RFP about machines.
Okay. Good. Okay.
Similarly to what we did, I think, what was that, Akron or Youngstown State or Cleveland State? Sally, I know that you've done that, I know on at least one, if not two different occasions, where we've supplied the university with, some language to ensure that we have branded, well-maintained, good-looking machines.
Yes.
So Madam Chair, are we
Yes.
taking, Sally, are we taking over, we said taking over the pop, are we doing the snacks next year? Oh, okay, okay. I see.
Yeah, the agreement for the pop is 25, for the snacks is 26.
Oh, okay,
But that's been expressed to them as well.
okay.
That's our plan.
All right. Are there any other facilities or sites someone would like to?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So the money that we received during COVID, like COVID reimbursement money for the inventory, so that is run out. And that was what we were using to pay inventory overages and anything that was less than $1,000. And like inventory for transitions, we needed to pay for more of that. So right now, we're having to use unassigned income for those items because there is no other funding. So just kind of a heads up as we are talking about secondaries and these other places, there's only so much of that money, and if we can figure out the inventory process by the time these contracts are up, maybe it's not an issue, but we're gonna come into a little bit of a funding issue with all of that. Because our insurance does have to come out of there. And then along with insurance, we were working with Chubb and the broker to get off of the July 1st renewal of the insurance policies. Because that is the state fiscal year end. So we can't pay anything until after July 1st, and that's when the system like opens. But with your insurance policies, it's all like a big check that gets sent out. So there's like all this delay. It was always a huge hassle, and me bugging everybody like, "Where's the check? Where's the check?" And then bugging Chubb like, "Did you get the check?" So to get away from that, we changed the renewal date. Well, Chubb kind of jumped the gun on it, but so the new renewal date is going to be April 1st. So Kim just recently, probably within like the last 4 or 5 months, sent you guys all your policies. So she's gonna be sending those again along with new certificate of insurance if your grantor requires those. So like at your storage unit, we'll get you a new one of those.
Yes, okay.
So all of that is coming. So if you see new insurance documents, that is why. And I have one last thing.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Amy, so will they get hopefully no one gets any cancellation notices, right? That's the plan, hopefully no cancellation notices goes off, but if by some reason they do, this is why, and not to panic. They've got to cancel the existing one and then redo the April 1st, is that correct?
Yeah, we've already gotten them at the office.
Okay.
Because we've gotten the cancellation along with the refunds for the rest of this state fiscal year. So they shouldn't be going. I think that we finally got that fixed, that they're not going to operators. And then one last thing, the whole IDR CBOS wallet rigmarole. So DAS finally approved that contract amendment. It went through our legal and fiscal, and we've sent a request for the actual PO. We should be getting it any day now. It usually takes a couple weeks. But once we send that PO to CBTS, who is going to be completing the work, they're going to start the project within 6 weeks. So I will continue to give you updates, but that is the latest on that.
Good. All right, does anyone have anything else? All right. Like to move to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay. I'm sure everyone's in favor. Anyone not in favor?
Franken hat, I'll just call it Franken and hat.
Yeah. Sounds good.